Hello and welcome to this stream. It's been a while since I've done one, so I've been busy doing videos and all sorts of things. So I'll sort of do one here. So, majority of my channel lately has been doing a lot of builds for various sort of models, which are from Lego Technic range, Mega Construct range, and some of the nanoblocks you might have seen already. So I'm doing a various things. So I wanted to do on this live video is actually build one of the models I've got lately live. So that way you can see how long it takes to build and the steps I go through. And like I said before, the videos I'll be posting will have this. A majority might be uncut because I like to put in as much as possible, so they will take some while depending on the builds and stuff. I'll still be doing other stuff of PC stuff still because I still do that, but I've got other videos coming in, but they're going through on and off. So it's all the general things. But like I say, any options that you want to give, you can give through the descriptions and everything else in this video if you want anything done. Also, if you want any model builds in this range you want me to do, you can also do that because I do enjoy doing it. So on this one, we'll be doing the two models, so I thought would be ideal. And they're going to be from one, which is a simpler one, which won't take long to build, and another one which will take a long time because it's a very complicated one. And it's my complicated one so far built. So, and so I'm going to do that now. But first of all, I say this is my generous setup of the camera, so I don't often do face like this. I just use the camera here, so I use my phone here with a link up for the close-ups that you only see on the majority of the videos, and this is what I basically use. It's easy for me to sit behind it and do this, and it does quite have a good height. And it's easy for me to do the videos like this rather than the full sit like this because I can easily zoom in and do general stuff. But it's just a general quick live thing I've just done, which I hope will improve later on. But anyway, so first of all, I'll explain that there are different versions of these Lego Technics you can get hold of. And I've got various ranges I'd show quickly now. So on your first range, we do something like this, which is a simpler model. And we'll bring the other camera up. No, do it for later. Yeah, just as quick thing done. So this is a general thing. So this is one of the smaller builds, one of the latest ones I've got. So today is early 23. This model is, and it's classed as a dumper truck, and this is a 2 model. So you can see it's very small, a simple one. These are ideal to start off with, but Technics are very good at putting a lot of details in. Things like, for instance, it's got movable steering and they're operating dump trucks, so they put some details only small, but they can't put a lot in because of its size, but they try their best to do it. And these are good for starters and that, but also these are good for like sitting on desks and display because of their size. Next one I'll bring up is a next grade up from the more complicated one. This is where we start going into a lot of details in the build and that. So this is a off-road 4x4, well 6x6, basically a large quad bike. So you see you've got general stuff here. Like for instance, these have built any of the off-road stuff than when you put suspension on, so you can with all 6 tyres. Steering as before, but this also has an operating flatbed that's like the smaller one I showed you, with full data to clean the back end and all that lot. But also there's a built-in winch system that operates and an operating piston engine. So a lot of these models have actual engine operating and they are driven by the back wheel. And also this winch has an actually built-in braking system, so you can't just pull the front out, you have to actually operate a lever below it to release it, and then there's a thing to turn it back. It's like a proper winch. So they put all that in there, it's hidden under the heath here, but on the underside you can quickly see the actual mechanics of this. So these are the actual drive systems. It's operating both wheels and actually a proper diff system. So whatever wheel you move, it operates the drive bits hold on, but allows it to steer it around. And under here is actually a gearbox system this has. So there's a switch underneath here. So when it's in neutral, it won't see the engine moving, but you can set it in one position, it will go slow. Set in the other, it's fast, and it's just this little rotating thing. It hits 2 gears, different sizes. So they put this in a little that in there. And majority of the time when you're building these, this one can take up to 5 hours or so to build because you're building all these gearing stuff and everything else. So you learn how these operate, and they put so much data into it. And they do hide a majority of the features, but most of the times they're trying not, so you can see what's going on, but still get the vehicle as it is. The other thing is, a lot of these vehicles, third parties do them, which are light kits. So if you brought the light kits, you can replace the lightings, like the main lights on the front and the back, with LED lighting, and they can also add additional ones like underneath here for lighting out. So it's very good for the light display case and that. The only thing with these models is that they put a lot of stickers on, but that's the general thing. When you first do it, you have to stick them on, but then you'd have to worry about it again. But that's the only downside of these. But rather than that, you can see they put a lot of work into these type of models. And then the final one, it's a bit difficult to pick up, and this is actually one of the more advanced ones. So this is actually so far the largest vehicle type I have. I think it's about 58 centimeters across with the tow hitch down, but this is classed as a more advanced type due to the fact there's so many parts in this. So, for instance, this has a full working. This is called classed as a tow truck, but it's also called a rotator, and because it's like American type of build, I'm from the Europe area, so it's not like this, but similar thing. But basically, this has a lot of features that most of the gears have. So, for instance, it has an operating engine with good details there. So, I put a lot of details in what it can do with the engine this size, but it's got fully working pistons, which are run by the drive wheels at the back. So, you've got that feature. So, and the same thing, I think there's a tow truck I'm trying to get, which is the European one, but same thing, because with ours, the engine's under the cab, but same thing, you have a moving cab. You can see what the details. On the front, you see you've got the lighting here, but like I say, this has an actual third-party kit, so you can replace all of the lighting, including the headlights, the emergency beacons, and some other ones you can add. So give it a good look. Steering. So all of the Legos will have this sort of hand control here for the steering. They will do that. Operating doors, so you can actually operate the doors there. And the main thing of this is all the back end, is the main complex stuff. So this took me about almost half a day to do. I'm going to try and do it once. And this area here is the most complicated area because there's so much that feed into a good decent sized model. So this system uses called a pneumatic system. So a few of the bigger models will use this. So if you've got anything that's got booms, hitches and stuff, they will add a pneumatic system. So there's a pump back you use, and there's control valves here which can operate different areas. So the pneumatic operates the boom system, and that was it to extend, raise and lower it, but also operate the back tow hitch. So you've got that options, and there also are some manual things to do some manual operations. So on this side, on the pneumatic down here, this controls the hitch at the back, raises and lowers that. And there are two other manual knobs. One operates the back of the tow hitch, also basically raises and lowers it. And there's another one that operates the drag wheels, which are these ones here. These ones don't operate the drive for the mechanical engine, but it just raises and lowers these, like one of these vehicles would do. So you can have it up and down. And there's like a large mechanical thing behind here. So that's one large thing you'll be building. So let's just try and do it without my arms in the way. Oh, that one there's, well, that one there's the battery hitch. It's this one up here. So that wheels down, and then it will push the upper wheel up. But that's how they work. There's one mechanic underneath, and there's a couple of mechanics going across for the hitch. And the way the pneumatic works, you just pull the lever up or down to your position and use the pump. And make sure your other ones are in the neutral position, because if you start doing that, it will operate. It's just one linkage to all of it, so it will start doing with everything. You don't want to do that. Opposite side has other features, so you've got two more switches for the boom, so it makes it raise and lower, and it's pretty tall when it comes up. It's a pretty high vehicle. And two more manual controls here. One operates the boom, so rotates it to well, maybe 180 because it won't go 360 because the way the mechanics works, also the piping. And the last one operates the stabilizers. So they've got full stabilizers, like what these vehicles are used to, stabilizers when the boom's used. So they will extend and drop. So all that on it. So they have all that sort of complication in this back area. That's why they have to have this certain build. And there's some winches on the top, which are ground operated, and also like 4x4 have locks on them. So you can't pull the actual cable down until you release the lock and pull it up. So it has that feature. Same thing on the back, you've got a lot of details as well, including where the breakaways would go. So they put a lot in what they can, and they put labels on here. And the 3 models so far, the generic ones, so these are not licensed models, so they put their generic markings on, but you can get some that have been worked with companies to help them build it, mostly racers and a few bigger vehicles. So you can get some of them, but they are a bit more expensive, but most of the time it's just the way the complicated work. So this is the largest I have so far, and still complicated to build, but once you've done it, you can see it's pretty sturdy and does work on majority of shelves and stuff. And it is a working model you can use. So there are your 3 types. And also on the smaller models, they have 2-in-1 ways, so you can switch between 2 models if you want to do that. But what we're going to be doing on this stream is 2 standard builds. I'll bring the first one up. So this is a standard model. This is about the size of the box. It's a snow groomer. So this is a lot of things you see around skiing resorts and all that lot. And its job is to basically compact the snow to make it smooth to work on, but also it can plow and cut snow away. So that's what this little thing is. And it says 2-in-1 because you can convert it into a snowmobile. So that's that one. And then I'll show you more details now since we're going to build that. So I'm going to switch camera mode. So this is what I normally have operating, except the base one I don't often use that, but I normally have a builder here in this. And this is the actual box. So it's 7+, so that's rough age for it, and this is ideal. Model number and what the build is. 2-in-1 means it's 2-in-1. Like I say, it's got 2 modes. On the top, they will show you a run-to-run ratio, what the part looks like. So this is one of the parts. So you get the idea how big it is. And on the back is the more depth of the model looks like and what the snow build. And in here it says build instructions only online because they only give you the main one in the box. If you want any other builds, you have to go to their website and download the PDF to view it, or you can use the builder app, which I will be using today. But that's how they work. But also some of them have 3-in-1 on certain themes, I think. And also, if you go online, you will find other build themes that have people managed to do other stuff with the same parts and that. So they're pretty good, but we're just dealing with this one. So there's the box here, and these ones have just a standard rig tab. This is how I do my videos anyways, but one in depth like this. And you got so that's all the stuff at the box. You always get a manual regardless, and this is like I said, only for the main build, that's main box. The QR code is for when you scan it on your phone, it allows you to download the app or go straight to the link so you know what you're looking at. But if you're unsure, you've got the model number at the top here, or you can just try typing the name. And as before, it's got like instructions there, the builder app, which we'll be using. And it has a general thing, so unbox all bags, and on all of the instructions have this big 1-to-1 ratio of parts. So because they have like things for different sizes, like 9/7 or so, it's easy to just put your part on. But if you're unsure, the number represents the amount of holes, so you can count the number of holes in these blocks. And with the rods, they have that same number, and the way that works is you put it against one of these blocks with the holes in it, or one with studs, and you count them on studs to match your thing. So this is a manual. So you have all that, and at the back is just general parts there. You're looking for it, and the manual styles are vary depending on the box site because the small box is this big, but the large one I have is going to be twice the size. So you can go through the manual, but advice I've always sometimes is to check online because sometimes they do revisions of the manual that might have had an accident or missed something and you might go online. But also with the online one, you can use it on any device or PC, so you can have it beside you around this because it will move around, and also because it's visibly folded, it will, when you get through the middle page, it's only thick books, so you have difficulty trying to get the part. So the online ones works better. But also the builder software, if you run it on that, it does progress. So if you leave it, come back, it says, do you want to continue this part? And you know exactly where you left off. And there are some other functions as well I want to show. That's why I'm doing 2 models. And you have mainly bags. Now with these simpler models, you just have bags. That's it. But on the more complicated models, they have numbered bags from 1 and onwards. So it makes it easier for the build. So you have 1 bag for this part, 1 bag for this part, and so on, and building up. So it makes it easy for you to think that this is the first one you use, and so on. The Megastruck ones I've done for another company do the same thing. Sometimes they have the generic ones, but other ones have models, which could be different parts or different areas. So it makes it easier to build. Or you can simply just run back it and go through the numbers. It depends what you do. So yeah, all various bags. So the first bag is tracks because this is a track system. So you put that in here. You always have a small bag with the small parts. One with larger parts and one with medium parts. It's the same thing with the number bags. You have like, for instance, bag 1, and inside you may have about 4 or 5 bags because they do the same thing. They just put those into small ones into one bag because they're normally machine picked. So you have all that. I'll show you that one. So the best thing is to unbag it all first. So that's what I'm going to do. They are putting these into, I think they're trying to get them into paper ones later date, but at the moment plastic, and since this is not recyclable where I am, but anyways, this is all the general stuff. So the best thing is, when you unbag it, put them in groups. The reason I say that is because it makes it easier to build, rather than try and, this is not bad on this, but if you've got a very large build, I say put the parts in one small build. I also need a large table or desk, because you're going to be doing it. But that's the general gist of these builds. Like I say, take your time with these and make sure you're doing it right, because if you take your time, you won't make a mistake, but you can still make one. But that's the general gist of these. So that's all the parts out there. Should have made about 3 piles here, but normally we separate it. But for this, it's easy because it's a simpler thing. And I'm going to use the builder app here. So normally you would download this on app or something else, but I'm using BlueStack, which is like an emulator. But this is what's on there, so it makes it easier to view rather than just bringing up PDFs. So this is the app here. So the way it works is you've got search for sets. You can just put your set number in this box or type in the information in, or you can scan the QR code. So if you've got it on the menu, you can do that. Or you can go by theme. So these are all the themes. And there's also 2 options here. There's a search button, and then the other one is if you made an account and log on, you can do that because I have on my account here and it's got all my models here. So if you're looking for one in the sets, you don't have an account, you just find what you want, click it, and it brings up all of the kits. So it brings it up by date, and this goes all the way down to 1997. Technic has been here for over 40 years, I think. And they always try and upload the old manual. So if you had old kits or you've got some maybe offline and you've missed in the manual, you can try and get it here, but they'll try and do that. And it also will point out any new ones. So on 2023 here, and you see coming soon. So these are 4 sets coming in March, which are the new ones, because the other 4 here at the moment from January, and they're trying to do 2 or 3 a year, I think. But that's how you can figure it out. And they also have icons on here, which I'll show in a minute. But anyways, that's how you do it. So when you look for your item, you just find it and then click it, and it brings the information up here. So what it's saying here is, if I just zoom this out quickly, it's basically tells you, so you've got the box here, there's two modes, so you've got PDF and you've got 3D mode. Anything 2023 you've got 3D mode, which makes it easy to build, and it also tells you how many pieces, the range, information, but also around down the bottom, you've got the different models here as well, so all of that, and you can add it to your thing, so like I think I've got it on here, because if I go to my collection here, left hand side is basically random username they give for the Lego site, but I have 12 sets, and the total pieces I have and all of them is over 9,000. To give you an idea. And this is all my builds. So a lot of these I've already built the videos and I'm ready to do, but I've got, let's see now. I'm doing the dump truck and the airbus on here. Not the dump truck, sorry. I'm doing the airbus and the snow groomer, and I've got two others here, which I need to do later on, which is the telehandler and the motorcycle. And you can see there are various icons. So the one for the little blue brick means it's PDF only. The one with the little green one means it's a 3D, so I'll show you in a minute. And the little one with the little purple icon, that's something new they've got here, which is like build together. I think it's designed so that if you have family, friends, or that, you can link up and you can do it all together. And let's say for one new one for that one. But anyways, we're going to go do the snow groomer. And you can see it's a 3D and PDF. So if I click on PDF, it just brings up two pictures. And this is how you can build the thing. So if you wanted to do the snowmobile, you click that and it brings it up. If I do PDF, it brings up, this is the actual same thing what you see in the manual, exactly as done before. But what I'm going to show here is the 3D model. So the way that works is if you click the 3D, and bring this back up, it brings up a different thing altogether. So this is a 3D model. You can change this. You can have sound, breathe, anything else. But basically, it's the same thing as that one. So you've got one here that's the snowmobile and one here which is the groomer. So I'm going to do the groomer. So you click on the groomer, brings it up here. And there's other icons here that you can go on to. So there's an icon on the top there which shows you all your parts. So you can go through this if you wanted to. So you have all your parts along here. And this is also ideal because if you find you've got a missing part or anything else, you can go online and order it, and they've got product codes on them. Another top corner is reset. So if you were already building and want to reset it, you can do it. But to operate this, that's what we're going to do now. You just click the photo. I'll wait for it to load in, and then it brings it up. So this is how it starts. So in the manual, it will just say the top part is how many parts in that, and then the item. But the 3D one works a little different. It shows you first of all the parts you need. So that's what you need. So what you need is a 9 grey, which is one of these little things. And at the top you've got the 9 here. So you click on the 9 there. As we're explaining now, the way these work is, see, it's got the little brick there, up to 9. And it's supposed to be studs, but the issue being is that I found these ones, I've already tried it before, it's like swishes this in, it was like, I don't know, but you count the number of holes anyways. Let's go back, yeah, and then you have one is blue clips, so the blue clips are designed to go in the build, but also allow two things to attach, so you got the parts thing, so when you go next, it shows you this icon here, like in the top corner you see your parts, and then you've got the main things that tells you to where to highlight it. So highlight in green, it says put your item in, so it wants you to put a small part into the top hole, and it's like that. And the little progress bar down the bottom, if you can see, is how far ahead it goes. So that would go adjusting itself when you go to the next thing. In the top corner is options, and then you've got cancel, which if you close the program and open later on, if you're still in a build, it would say you want to continue here. So that's what I'm going to try and do now. So the next part, which is blue L and a red, similar to the blue clip, but instead it's got a little sort of like half a stud on the end, which is like a rod thing. So these are designed so that you can turn some of the builds have an actual X in it where you just stop a rod in, so it turns it into a clip, or vice versa, it turns a clip into a rod piece. And like I say, when you do that, it shows you where it goes to the next model. So once in that direction, and then you have to insert it into the bottom hole. Oh no, not the bottom hole, it's the middle hole. All the way in, so that's what those blue clips do. And then this long rod, so it's going to go, this will go through both, so it prevents this part from moving and locks it in. So we do that, and see that stops it moving, and you've got the two types of clips there. Next, you need a blue one of these little cross things, and this is similar to the red one, but it's half the size. And then you get these different type of adapters. So this one, let's see now. It is, this is why his eyebrows have just separated things. They go hiding, so it's like this. You see it's got a clip on the end, and then you've got the other end, it's like a hole. So this is designed to fit in rods, but also those little parts there designed to fit in. So that's what that's for. And that's what we're doing here. So it's saying just put these two parts together, so it makes it into one large little clip system. A bit dark there, so I'm going to turn the light on a bit there. And then, like I said, in the next picture it shows you should have something like this. And then it says put it into this part, so it's this upper part of the black end in, and push it all the way in. Okay, next part is a black clip and a little adapter, which is this. So basically like a 2-bar one, it's like the smallest part. And then these black clips, these are the ones that normally hold pieces together. And on the 3D one, you got the eye icon, so you click the eye icon and it brings it up. And basically says you use this part, not the other part, which you could have mistaken it with the little rod on it. So it says use this part. So you just click it in and that's that. So that's a good idea, I'm not sure, but they're pretty easy to ID. Just put it into the clip there. And then it shows you what you have. And then it shows the rotation and where to go. So it's going to go onto the back end here. Also, there's another thing about the 3D one. If you hold the actual item, you can actually rotate it so you can actually see exactly how it should look on the other side. Because sometimes on bigger builds, maybe say go here, it's like behind something, or there's a part you figure out. So with the 3D mode, it makes it easier to manipulate it, so you can go underside and whatever direction. So this works much better than the PDF one because like you can make a lot of space, especially putting in gearing stuff, and that it can be pretty complicated. And like I say, not the technic, all the 23 models, depending on the theme, has this. Okay, so next part is the blue clip and the grey one is basically like a spacer. Basically put them two together. So click these two together, and then it looks like this part. And then you put it on the back end, so it's the hole after this red part into this third hole, and it's this direction. One of the large blue clips and another one of those little adapters. and they just clip them together. So you want a long part going into it. And then it goes further on the back, so where this one was, you missed the first hole, it's on the second hole. So when it goes in, you want it this direction onwards. And then you got more parts here, so you've got this little thing here. It's used for multiple stuff, like mainly most vehicles is used for the steering, but it can be used for other stuff. And then you need the long black one, similar to the red one, but it's a longer version of it. And just clip it into one of the ends. Then you need two of these little parts. So it's got a clipping it into cross ends, and these are thinner, so they're designed to go in some areas, or you can double it up to make a larger part. And that's what we're doing here. So you put the first one on, that's what these are for, to slide these on. It's key to that way they don't move or out of apart. So I want you to put both on. Then you need a number 4 rod, which is this. So it looks like a rod with a stopper. So these are designed to slide in and stop at one end, and most of the time to use it for stuff that operating gearings and stuff. It's the same thing with these. If you click the 4, if you're unsure, it brings it up and it says 4 studs. So you can match it with one of these here by the holes, or if you had a studded version, you can figure it out. It tells you where to put it. So it wants to slide it into the back here. You need to twist it because it's keyed and it slides in. Then you need 2 little red stoppers. These are for multiple stuff like spacers, stoppers in general, in different colours, but these are red, so we've got 2 of them. And they go on the far end. So one goes here with a flat bit on the end, and then this one goes in here. So it's doing one thing, it's preventing this from pushing out, but also it's a stopper, and that's still extended to add something on. So you have something like that, and then just it wants you to put it up that direction, so that's what you got so far. And then attach it to the main work you've done. So what is I saying about this now? With the PDF, I can see you're missing 3 holes here, and it goes into the 2 holes here. But with this 3D model, if you move it around, you can figure it out. Because if you rotate it the opposite side, you can normally sometimes figure out where the studs go because they go through the actual piece. So if you turned it around this way, I can see one goes through, should be poking through that hole there. So it gives you a rough idea where the parts go. So that's one advantage of the new 3D is that you can easily figure out where it goes. So it's very good for more complicated models. But that's how that is. Okay. Okay, then we need a 4 rod, which is the black one, and a smaller spacer. And you want to put it on, it goes on a certain direction, so you want to sort of space it to a certain point. Then you need another one of those little, this is it, and a little clip with a ball on the end. So these are used for multiple stuff, like they're for either to hold stuff which are operational or could be clipped on. So there's a number of uses for these for. So I want you to slide this onto it, and then put this into the bottom here upside down. Then you've got a very large adapter piece here. You can see there's a little end cap here, so that's designed for those roller things, so when it goes in there, it can pivot. That's where that goes. Let's just clip it on. Let's see now that it operates on its own. So you should have something that looks like this so far. And then it goes into this hole here. So it should go like that, and that part goes down that direction. And then you've got this one that's two of those, so it's a red version, so it's like a longer version of the black one. She's got two holes in it instead of one. Now be careful, if they're the same color, they will tell you on the manual which one, but this is a different color, so it's easy to build, and it wants it to go on top of that. So it's going to go on top of this part. So it's going to go over these two here. Twice to double it up. And then this is a little thing. So this is like a handle or a gear, depending on what the usage is for. And that's going to go straight on the top. So this is something. So this is going to be part of a system on the actual snow groomer. So it's either going to be operating the power on the front or the groomer on the back. It depends what this is going to be used for. But that's why you got this and this here. Okay, then we need a little grey L bit with an end on it differently, and then one of those long red ones. Okay, around that direction and into the bottom hole. Then we need a blue spacer, so similar to the grey, but blue. Let's sometimes do different colours, and then the small little blue one. And they're going to go in the top, so same direction there, but in this side. And then attach the spacer on. Should have something that operates like this. And then attaches it to the frame. So what I can see is it's going to sit in here, so it's going to clip into that one with the red one down the bottom. So you have something like that with the hole in. And next is a little dark grey 3-1, similar to the larger one. And then two grey clips, so these are similar to the blue ones, sorry, the black ones. So they do different coloured ones depending where they're located. Simply just hook one into each end. You have something that operates like this, then you attach it to the frame on the back. So it's going to go into the bottom one here in this direction. You've got something that has some frames there. And then another grey L shape and a long blue clip. And that's going to go into this hole. And it should look like that. And at the moment, you don't want to push the clip in all the way, because sometimes you have to position it and then you push it into lock. So sometimes you may not need to push it all the way in, because it may not, depends where it's located, it may be difficult to put the part in afterwards, or something will be added later. So keep an eye on that type of positioning of the little lock. As you can see in this picture here, it's going to go here. So first of all, clip this part on here, As I was saying, you've got to position it and then push it in, so it should push through the other block. So we've got this extension here. And I need another number 9, which is these. And that's there, so that's basically going to finish this part. It's going to clip this together, so that's the entire body front, so it's going to go onto this blue one all the way up, so it should match the other one on the opposite side. When you're doing this, these clips are sometimes difficult to hold and sometimes easy, so you may have to just push around until they all clip, and they all in, and then you should be able to push it all down evenly. See, that's now operating as it is. Okay, then we've got 2 black clips and a larger version. This is about 6.5. It's like a thin one like we've had before on the smaller ones. We've got 2. Basically clip them together, so put the clips through this side. You can tell which direction it goes in because if you look at the actual clip, you can see they have a little stopper. And on the picture, the stopper's on this side, so it tells you which way to put them in. And then they go in together, make one large block. Then I need another one of those little doors and a large blue clip. Then it goes into the body here, so one goes here, so it's going to go that direction with the second hole up. And then on the other side is the clip, and it's the long side in, which is on the bottom hole, and push it all the way in. Then you've got another one of those spacers, blue one, and a little blue clip with a little tab on the end. It's going to go up here, so push this in there to make it a clip, and then that. So you should have something that looks like this part. And that fixes on to the back end here. And it's going to go into this middle hole between the 2 great parts, because that's the only place that this goes, and it's that direction. So it's the little blue bottom clip down here. So that is resting on top of the other block here. Okay, then we've got a black spacer and a large blue clip. Put them together on the longer side. So you've got this piece ready. And it goes into this part here, and like I said before, you can see on the pictures a spacer. So when you look at it, this is the end of the spacer here, so you want to go in that direction. And it's after this red peg between here. Any other alter shape, and that goes on the end. So it's on here, facing this direction on that, so both the blue and the grey clips. Okay, so what we do now is we're going to be building the track system. So with this, you have a preview on, so it shows you what you're going to build next, and then the parts. So we're going to put this to one side, and this is going to be the main one of the tracks. So you need another one of these, a little grey one similar to the blue, but it's grey, and then a gear, which is one of these. This icon here, so you can change it here, so there goes centimeters, inches, so you can measure it if you wanted to. So that's what that little box there. So we're going to build this. So first of all, we've got to put a clip in the last hole, and then the gear. And then I need 3 grey clips. And they've all been spaced differently, so you watch the spacing. So what I can see is, you can either go a direction, I'll go this direction first. So you miss the first 2 holes, it's in the 3rd hole. And you miss a hole, and it gets in the next one, and then you miss a hole in the next one. And then 3 little spacer type of gears. So these are normally used for various things like pulleys and stuff. So that's what these normally used for. But these are just guides for the track system, and they go onto the little clips here. Then I need a number 4 back one, and then another gear. And then just push it straight on. It's not going to go all the way through, just push it until it's flush for the moment. And then you need a wheel hub and a tyre. So I should put the tyre together. So with the tyres, there is a little lip in the center. For this one, it's pretty easy because it's got the lip there. But on the, like I said before, it's got massive tyres. They may have 2 lips, so when you push it in, you may have to just manipulate it around to get it all level. But these ones are very simple to do. So just put them together like so, and it's flush. So you need both these 2 parts. They go in. So the way it works is this goes through this hole first, and then the tyre goes on the other side. And this has 2 patterns on each side, so you have to watch out which way it is. You want this side coming in this way, and you push weight all the way onto it, but do not push this too close because it will cause a bit of a friction. It won't spin, so it's very difficult to spin it. If you've done that, just lightly back it off slightly, and it's easy to spin. It's not too bad on this model because it's like the wheel system, but if you're on a complicated gearing system, you have to make sure that's right because any slight binding can cause multiple problems where it either won't move or do general stuff. Then you have to take it apart to figure out what you've done. So always make sure you do that right. And then the piece, that's how it should look like. And then it is attached to the body itself. So get the main body back, so it's the same direction, and it's going along here. And between these 2 here is where these 2 blue clips go. And this part goes into this hole. So you have to fill it around and clips in. So you can see that there. So the way they're going to work is that's what runs on the ground, and that will rotate the track. Makes it use a bit of grip because some of these models I've had where if you put too much weight on, the track doesn't work. So this is a small model for that. The large ones have the same type of system. So now we're going to work on the other side. So it's going to be on the opposite side. So we're going to put that to one side. Same process, but the rotation will be slightly different. So same pass before the 9-1 and the grey in it, but it's going to go on this side this time because we're working on the opposite side. So same process, but it's just in reverse. And this time we need 2 smaller grey clips and a cream double clip, like the blue one, but it's a cream one. The reason I sometimes have different ones because it could be going in different areas of the model. So as before, it's missing it there, so miss the first two, put the third one in, but don't push it all the way in, just halfway, because it's going to lock in later. Miss one hole and put this in, and then the same on the other side. And then 3 of the pulley spaces, and push them on the ends here. And then as before, we need the little gear and the number 4 black rod. As before, push it on, but not all the way on, just till it stops on the end. Then the tire and the hub, just put it together. And then needed 2 parts together, and then they will slide in like we did before with this one. So gear in the end, this in, same position, you want this side going on. And make sure it's on enough that it sits nicely, but there's enough gap so that it's easy to move. So that's how it should look like, which we have. And then that's going to go onto the model. Rightly, so that should be going over that side. That should be a level along there. That's why you got that crane double, because it's got to go through 2 parts. So 4, the 2 holes here are where the blue ones go. And then this goes into the hole like the other one, so you put these in first. And then push this in to lock it in, and also prevents this piece from moving. If it doesn't go in, you may have to just move this around until it goes in. Like that, so now it's in. Just showing this down there, and then you get some other parts here. So you got this part here, which is like a clear, looks like a sea, but it's a see-through. So this is normally used for windscreens and stuff, but this can be used as a seat and a cowling and all different things. But that's for the windscreen. And a double blue. So first of all, it goes up that way. So the large and the bottom flat side here, and then this goes in, but not all the way in. So just push it in halfway in this side. Just have something like this, and then it goes. So make sure that's pulled away. It goes onto this part, this direction. That will happen sometimes where it will just come off, but you should be able to easily put it on there. So yeah, something like that, because something is going to be built over here, and then that's going to go on later on probably. Okay, quite a few parts here. So I've got a little black clip, a long blue clip, a number 3 yellow, and a red version of those L's. There's a red one. And that's how it's all attached. So blue one goes into the second hole here, the long side in, all the way in, and then the black one is opposite. And then the yellow one goes in there, which is keyed, and don't push it all the way through, just until it stops. And so you should have something that's like this so far. And that goes on the top end. So it goes into this blue upper block here, going in this way. And the blue one goes right into the top hole. And then the yellow one would go in the bottom hole. And then you get one more just like this one there, so you just swing this part up until it gets to this hole, and then you clip it in, so that will locate this upper area here. Like I said before, you may have to just push it around until it locks. So you can see this is starting to come together, so this is going to be the front and this is going to be the back area. Okay, then we got same thing. This is going to be linking on this side, but it's less parts because it's not all that's going to be needed. So the red L, the long blue, and the little black clips, and then there's a 4. It goes this way, and then you want to do is put the blue one in the first hole, but not all the way in, and then the black one goes beside it. And then should have something like this, and then it's going to go along here. So that's going to go into the top clip there, and then the other one's going to go into the bottom. So you do that first, just position it on, and then push in the blue clip to hold it all in. And then these are like decorated for other stuff. So you got a little yellow 3, and then this little thing. These are used for a number of things like levers and stuff, other stuff. So I want you just to put this through the back end without it going away through. And I've got more stuff here. So I've got one or two holes on the end with the red one, and then one of these angle pits here. And then that goes on to the bottom area. So these go together, so it's going to slide on there with the hole facing up. And then this is going to go, it's keyed like this with the hole in the bottom. Now, if you're running it through not the 3D on the PDF model, and you're unsure what these parts are, they have a number on the back. So this is number 8, so sometimes the manual say use number 8 on this part, especially if there's different types and different angles. They're normally used on the PDF, but this you can see a bit more easier. Because if you flip it around this side, you can see it is a number 8, so you know you got the right arms, because you can move this around and you can see it says number 8. But because the PDF you can't do this, they say look for the 8 on the back. So you've got this part, and then it goes on to these clips here, that direction. And then this is going to be the other side, so it's the same process, but we're using the same parts. It's the same process, but we're going to be using a different angle piece. Same part, but it's number 7, this is. It's the same process because this is going to be on the opposite side, so like this, and then that goes on the bottom there. Should have something like this, and then it's going to go on the opposite side here. Okay, and we've got more parts here. So you've got this one here. It looks like the red bit, but it's just one hole instead of 2. And then you've got this weird looking part, which I think a large part. And then it basically goes straight through the whole bit. So that's normally like a stud, and that we can put parts on, and it's thin enough so it's designed to go through certain holes and stuff. But also these can be used as pins to hold stuff together. Then you've got a little red orange cap, and these are normally used for like display lighting. And then another one of those large stoppers. And then they go in the bottom, so that's why you've got that thin gap there, so this can go through. There's the smoother end of the top, just push it through till it stops. And then the cap goes on the top. It's basically like one of those yellow warning lights you normally find on some vehicles. And then that goes on the top of the unit. So it's going to go straight through that hole there in that direction. So it sits on top of the cab. And more parts of the back, so you need a number 5 grey, and then another one of these little parts here. And as before, goes on one end, but not all the way through. And then that goes straight through this top with the part going this direction. So push it in. So it's going to keep this together and all the way through, and then this will just stop to push it all the way through until it stops. So at the top end of the cab. And then just get one of these and that'll go on the other side. Okay, next we need a large red one there, and then you need 2 of these look like thin L's. So put them together, and it's going to go in this. This is going to go straight through the center hole. So push the first one on, push the second one on, and then need more parts. So we've got these little studs. So these are normally used for either locking stuff in together or putting two parts together. And you need one is so you've got a clip on that. So you see that goes into the end here. Should got something that looks like this, and then that's going to go onto the top here, all the way on. Okay, and then I need a long blue clip and then a grey spacer. Put these together. Should have something like that, and then you want it up this way so the stopper's at the bottom. And then this part goes into this bottom hole here. Should have something that should look like this, and then it goes onto the front. So it's going to go into this front part this way up. Okay, more parts there. So I've got a grey 3 there, and then this one that looks like the grey one, but it's a red one with a clip on it. There's a 4, it goes into one of the holes. Turn it upside down, and it clips onto the bottom of this part. And then you need to just swing it around to the front, and it's going to clip onto one of these. So we've got a little stud here. So you can see it's, I didn't show that, but basically this part clips on the two front there. So then that allows you to swing this, and then this is going to go into the top. Okay, then we've got to build the little panel on the front. So you've got this little grey, this black bit here, and two of the tiny studs, basically put from each end. There are stoppers to stop them from going all the way through. Then you need these two parts. One says 21 and one says 22, and 4 black clips. So where it goes on, these go on each end. So 21 goes onto this side, and 22, but you can tell anyways because when you put them on, make a big wedge here. And on the bottom here is where the clips go in. Oh, let's look at it. I need to put that off. Okay, and then you need 2 of these 5 black ones on the bottom, and then where you go on is on the first 2 holes on the end. So it should be flush there all the way down, and the same on the opposite side. You should have something that's got this, and then it goes onto this pin here. So it's going to go this way up, so it should be on the bottom, and that smooth side is going towards the vehicle, and then the mid section is into this top part here. So you should have got this. And then got more parts here. This one is number 21. There's 21, 22. I think this is number 21, and then a number 3 yellow. And then clip them together. You should have something that's like this, and then it goes onto the back. So this is the little back area. Slide in here, so make sure it's that direction. Slide it all the way on. And then get number 22, and that's just going to go on the end. Okay, and there we've got the tracks. So it's 56 tracks. So that's that bag of tracks, and there's more than 56 here because, you know. So you've got to separate 56 into 2 piles, I think. There's 6 there, so that's going to be Okay, says it there, and then I've got 2 spare, then we don't in case you lose it. And these are the things that normally take time to put together because you have to clip them all together. This is the same with motorbikes, have a chain with the same thing. So there's your 2. So there's your track, you have to build it up there, so this is like 50-50, so the way the work is they've got hooks on one side and clips and they just clip together. Only go one way. Like a chain. And just put them all together until they make one track. And it needs to be even, so I think it's about 28 per side. Like I said, this is a track system for this. Okay, so all these together. Oops. Yeah, sometimes they break apart because if you push them too hard, they push up. That's fine. One track. Do the same again on the other one. Like I said, there's 2 of them. Bike ones are not too bad because it's one big chain, but track systems can have 2. This is using 2 large ones, but I have one at another model that's a back bucket, but also can be it's a combination of a general one and then a back bucket, and that one can be converted into. We have one big drive where it has 4 separate drives, so it has 4 less of these, but still use the same type of track system. So these can be very fiddly at times. Okay, and because it's all even now. There are your 2 tracks, and now I've got to put them on. Yeah, so should say you should have a even amount. And they're going to go on here, so go on here, so go one direction, goes onto the teeth of the vehicle, and then you simply wrap it around and then clip them together. Going in all for all the parts. Just be careful. Okay, so that one's on. Do the same on this one. Go around the parts into the track. Till it joins up, and then clip it on. There you go. As you see that moves. So this type of surface is not very good because it's like a table. These are making it slip. But if you put this on a carpet or a bit more grippy, this will actually will move on its own. But you can see, really, that's what these guys are now all for, and it is designed to be loose like that. But when you put it on the ground, it won't move. But because this is a bit of a slippery surface, it doesn't want to grip on it, even the tires on. But it works very well on a grippy surface like a carpet or floor when you've got more weight onto it. Okay, and then that will, so this will raise this back bit up. And then this one here will raise and lower the up there, and that's done now. So you can see now I've got a green tick here. So that's now the model done. And it's here now, it's completed with a tick in it. You can go here to do well that, which if you wanted to do it, you can do that. And that's it there. So like I say, reset the entire thing back. So if we do the back button, it comes back to here. It's got a green tick now, says you built this, and then you can build this maybe at a later date or afterwards, which I'll do later on, but I just want to do the main one. Yeah. So I'll come back to it now. It says continue building at 50% because it knows it's two models. You know you can build the other one later on. PDF do the same thing if you did that. It's the same here also. If you go to, if you open the app at a later date, you can see it says continue building. So any models that you continue building will pop up here. And this is Snow Groomer, so it says 50. So you can go in there if you wanted to build the second model or complete it up, or if you're doing a large build, you can continue where you went on. So that's that. And with all of these, you will get spare blocks and parts because they know that small parts could easily get lost because they have. But they get something to arrive, you get spare parts. This is a general thing that they do. The other thing is, I say, if you're going to build the second model, sometimes they may use less parts than what the main model is, because the option is you can start building the, say, the second one and then do the first one afterwards. There's no which way the two models are, but be advised that if you have more parts, if you start the second one, you have no more parts, keep that to spare, because when you do the main build, you figure out that these belong to that one. That's what they normally do. Most of the time, they don't use as much parts as the first. So be very careful with what you keep in. Also, there are no stickers on this one, which is unusual. Normally, but some smaller ones that won't put it on. But anyways, there's the little snowmobile, and like I say, this one here operates the front loader. And that one operates the back, and this one operates the rotates the front. So that rotates it, raises and lowers it like a general machine would do. You can see they put some details into it because, like I say, they put what they can into these small models, but it's surprising what they can do with these little models. And if they're slightly bigger, they can add more details, but this is just a basic little snow groomer. You see how this works. So that's the groomer on the back, and then you've got the plow on the front if needed. And some have an additional attachment for narrow locations, that breaking off ice and stuff. And some do have winches to go uphill. So that's what one of these little ones are. Like I say, it's a small model, and I don't care. That's not too bad. And I say that took me about there's 1 hour 12 I've been on at the moment, so it's maybe about an hour or so. But if I did it on my own without videoing that, it won't take long. That's a rough idea of those. So just give me a minute, just do a couple of things here, but then I'm going to be now doing the larger one. So now the large one's here. Oh, just a couple of things I forgot to mention. With that off-roader thing, they do have sometimes give you other kit. So just found those near it. These are logs and stuff that go with that 4x4. So they sometimes do that with kits, where they give you additional stuff to go with the kit. And yeah, that is a chainsaw that you can build with it. So even smaller stuff like this, it gives you good details with a working thing. So you can do some general things. So that comes with that off-road 6-roller thing I was just showing earlier on. So yeah, and there's a few other things that do that as well. So they do that with some sets. It becomes part of the kit to make it more realistic. So anyways, I'll do this one now. Like I say, this is the largest kit, so this is so yeah, this is the size of the box they come in, and it is a big box. So if I do the main cam for the minute, as you can see, it is twice the size, and it is weighty because of all the parts here. But this is what the general larger ones is. The smaller one's about half the size for you, like the AV one, and it was like half the size, but it's the largest of the size. This is 11 plus because, like I say, it's more advanced. They also do adults. If you're 18 plus, it's an adult one, so it's like some stuff they do, but it's still good for adult things. Model number there, and it's then Airbus H. Oops, H175 rescue helicopter. And this battery's not clearly because this is motorized. So this one's one of the ones that you can put a motor in. You can see there, this is motored there. And this is a licensed one because it's got the Airbus brand there. So this is more a branded one where they've worked with the company to design this, and this is based off of a Airbus H175 rescue helicopter. So they actually helped them design it. You can see it is similar to the general thing. As before, on the top you've got some information, including what the one to ratio is on the part, and that's actually the how big the actual prop is, for that's what attaches the blades to. The diagram on the side, and one of the sides here, oh yeah, on one side it shows you what if there's additional stuff. So if you get ones with pneumatics, electric, there's another one that's a remote control one where it uses a module inside which is Bluetooth, which talks to an app on your phone, so you can do general stuff with it, and a few other things as well. So mark here what's here, like for instance on the pneumatic ones, shows you what your stuff is. So when you look at the box, you can see what parts it comes with. On the back, it always gives you in depth, like the other one, what it is. So because this is license one that shows you the generic one, so this actually is the copter in real life with all its specs. As you can see, it's close to resemble to that, but this model is actually the basic standard one that's used for transporting that, and this is like a modified one because they a lot of things like general vehicles on their vehicles they have the model there. You can see Airbus H175, but there's so many variants of designs. So this is the one they've chosen for this. And down the bottom is giving you a few parts information there. So you got the motor operates the winch and the landing gear, but also it operates the main prop and tail prop, and there's 2 speeds on it. But also there's a manual control which allows you to adjust the like a copter's pitch and height. That's what the last 2 is. So there's a lot of stuff that's going in this thing, and that's why these ones are normally more expensive than general. But one thing is because it's brand, but also there's so much stuff going in this that it takes a while, and there's a few other additional stuff here as well that they've added onto it. So they're trying to get as much details as possible. That's why these are more on the larger models than you normally would have. So anyways, they have a general thing also on the bottom here. It tells you how many batteries it needs. It needs 6 AA's. And another warning here, which I've one of the first looks, so we can put that on the box. It simply says here, do not put your electric motor in the water. Wash it, hand wash it, and wipe it down. Like, did I have to put it on there? And there's a life that for kids and that to play with and that. Yeah. And these boxes are different where they've got tape on one side and open one side. So yeah. So these are what your larger models will look like. So they stand out and everything else. And yeah, I think I went to the store for this because they do Lego stores. I think went to got this and they have more design. And I saw 2 of the larger ones there, which is a cat. It's expensive, but it's a massive thing. And it's one of those controlled ones. Yes, the only thing is, but those ones with the phone is they don't have any controls on the unit. You have to use your app to control it. It gives you that sort of more realistic stuff. So anyways, okay, so let's go back to this one for now. So on this, you've got a lot of bags and stuff to come out of this one because it's a bigger model, but it's the same as any model. So let's see. Wow, this is a bit more than I had before. So manual book, a box in a manual. So that is hefty. Oh, so the stickers will be in this one. So that's what's in here. Security, you know what you're doing, but this is a big. First time I've seen it, but oh boy, yeah. There we go. Yeah, first time I've seen them do that, but I see why now. I see, got it. Normally you'd have manual stickers because there's 2 types of stickers. So these looks like, so you've got these white ones here. And then the smaller ones, so this is what the sticker thing looks like. There are numbers on here. So this goes up to 27. And then the manual tells you when to use these to stick on the actual item. Actually 29 because they had a second sticker, so that's why. And the instruction manual, so I was saying, it's a big thick one. And it goes up to, let's have a little peek here. So in total there are 745 steps. And it goes up to about 398 with like parts and stuff. And this one's the difference, like the other one was staple, but this is general stuff. So what happens is in the middle of the book it will start flipping that. So that's why I'm saying sometimes the online PDF is ideal because you can just view it. And the thing is also you can zoom in if you're getting the parts and that, but that's a hefty one. And most of these normally come with one booklet. I think one of the ones I did had 2 booklets. Oh, that was for the little dumb stuff. So earlier on, it had 2 books. The reason being is because of the size of the box, it couldn't fit it all on one page. They have 2 books, so you may have that sometimes. But with these general ones, you have a pretty hefty manual. So I'm going to put that to one side now because we're not going to use that. You got a box here. Now this is the battery pack. It's the only thing you can figure out in the box. So they've got a part number here. And I do say this with some models. For instance, with the all-terrain AV, it had the way the braking system works. It uses an elastic band to hold the lever in, and it was in a box. But also in some boxes have a little string. So if you had a winch or that, that'll be in there as well. So you'll find that. But yeah, but that's what's in this box. Is the main battery pack. This is used in all of their electronic side stuff on the manual side. So you have 2 inputs for different stuff here. So there could be motors and stuff. I have an A and a B. The reason I have A and B because you have 2 switches here, which will operate this side and operate this side, and they have holes at both sides depending where it sits in the model. And the access for the battery, and it says here 6 AA. And like all these, you have screws and that to stop you from losing the battery, but that's what the battery packs on. All these electronic ones have this. I think with the remote control one, because I don't have any controls on the left side, it will have a different type of battery pack and a module. It's more of a module because it needs Wi-Fi and that, but it still has batteries in it. But this is the general one. So that's what these carry. And then you've got loads of boxes here. Here's the electric motor in its own bag. Which the reason being is I can see understand that so you don't damage the cable, because remember you pick these boxes up all the time. So you've got the motor there, and that will clip into one of those ports at the back which operate this motor. And you see there's so many points here, and the box also controls the direction this goes if it was in a certain configuration. Because that's what these have. They have a on and off, or it's directional depending on how it's going to work. And I think these are also for like solenoids and all the stuff, so they're universal. But that's I think that's a mid-sized motor. They can come in different sizes, but that's what these are. So they're in a separate bag. So we've got a lot of bags here, and they're numbered. You see 1, 2, 3, 4. So let me figure out how many we've got in total. So it's number 3, number 3, number 3, number 4, number 2, number 1, number 5, number 4, number 4, number 1, number 5, and number 5. And another generic bag. So this has props in, and there's also a rubber thingy. So with some of these models, if they find a box or part bag which has no numbers on it at all, because you're thinking, what's that for? Well, what they do is that bag is your generic one. So that is, it can go on any of the operations of the bag, because it could be something that needs to be added later on, but it's not of the main part. So for instance, here we've got 5 props that could be on the end or the beginning, and we've got this rubberized one that could go on somewhere else on the vehicle. That's just something that needs to be added, but it's not needed to be in the bag. But also, this is a long part, so it was easy to put in this bag, so that's what these are for. So you'll find that in some of these models where like that, and the same thing that will happen with the when I did the rotor sort of like tow truck. It has pneumatic pipes and wheels, and they were in one separate bag because like it's something you would add later on, and also were too big for the smaller bags. Then when you put more comic parts in here. So that's what we have here. So we got a total of different bags here, and you go in order of the bags. So on the build instructions I'm going to show here is I'm going to go and look at it here. And it is the airbus helicopter. Because this is a 2001. Oh, 2000. Oh no, I'm reading it wrong, sorry. It's 2022, that's last year's build. That was in near the end of the year. It has 2001 parts, that's what I looked at in A2 Plus. And this is only a PDF, because like I say, it's only the newer versions of 23 onwards that they're doing the 3D. But it's actually the same thing. See, so all the pictures here, so you've got the different areas, all the functions, and it's a PDF only. So if I click on that, it brings up there, it's only one PDF. I click on that and it will give it time to load up. So it's going to take a while because it is a lot of parts. But yeah, 5 bags. So I'm going to put the other 4 away because we won't need them at this time. Because, like I say, they go in order. So I'm going to put these to one side because I won't need them at this time. So these are the general bags here. Okay, so we've got all those bags here. We've got a bag 1. Check out a couple of things. that's that. And so the thing's loading up. You see it's a little different here because, like I say, the main part here up here. Maybe just bring this quickly because it's going to be different from that. So when you do PDF mode, you've got the booklet like at the top, and then on the bottom here is all of the pages and the arrows. So every time you click on the arrow or no, click on each page, oh no, I'm clicking on the wrong screen, sorry. So if you click on a page, it's like that, and this is duplicating the same as what you would have in the manual. So that's what that's for. Hang on a sec, what's it done here? Oops. No, don't go out of zone. So I just done something here what I'm not supposed to. No, oh come on. No, sorry, I'm playing with the scenes that are unlocked, so that's supposed to be there, and then that's supposed to be. Where's the reset on this? Oh, what are you doing up there? There you go. Yeah, I clicked the wrong one and it didn't want to do what it was supposed to be. You know, that's how it's supposed to be. So yeah, so I was clicking on the wrong screen. So yeah, so you got them here. So on the first menu, you got the instruction about where they're going to do packaging, information about the build, instructions that we're doing, battery information because you've got batteries. You have to do all this, and then what's the other one? One page about do not dispose it in the house with waste because it's electronics. Next page is one he said about it. So saying if you're unsure about parts, they always have a thing on the ratio on the paper. And then this one is showing you what the bags are for. So like I say, this is 5 steps depending on how the model is, and this has 5 bags. So the first bag here is the main build. So it does the main base and some of the landing gear underneath. I can see. The second one then is doing more of the cockpit doors and side things and some of the gearing system. Third bag is the main rotor system. So that's the entire gearing system and adding motors and stuff. The fourth bag is the more of the pitch control now on top of the rotor, but also is building the tail. And the fifth bag is your final one, so that's like the decors, the prop, and all the other stuff. That's the last parts on the external. And so this is the first bag. It tells you you'll need bag 1, all the bags 1, plus you got this little thing with a little plus on it with bricks. So you also need the battery pack. So you need this to be with your bags of kits. And your first bags have 3 bags. And like I say, each bag has variants of parts and stuff in it. And I say that the first 2 bags normally have a lot more parts in than the rest of them because this is the first 2 bags are normally your bags that, especially the first one is like your main build, so it would have build the frame, but also it would on some models would be building the actual mechanic side of the thing, like all the gearing and all the positioning of the stuff if it's operating stuff. And your 3 and 4 bag are normally like your cosmetic or outer area. So that's why you have so many bags in this group up. Also in your main bag you have the 2 bags of clips and stuff. So this is all the little long blue ones, and then this one's the other stuff, like other clips and stuff. So that's why they sometimes put it in each bag. So that's what we're doing here. So separate these, and this is why the advisor would have a large table desk for this. Okay, so that's all the little little parts there, and then you have a bag one. So this has got other color codes in there and some other stuff. trying to keep it one size since I need a bit of space for the main model. And then some smaller parts. So one bag of big parts. This has got smaller ones, like smaller bar stuff like that. I'm trying to make it easier to separate, but like I say, when you're building these, it's advisable to put the parts to each side so you know what you're doing. Okay, so that's the first parts. And on the manual here, it shows you how to install the batteries. So what you have to do is basically you open the box here and then take the box out, and there'll be two sides to it. I'll do that now since I don't know where this part goes in the model. It's easier to show. Did I put them over here? Okay, so just get that now. But like I say, some kids won't be playing around with this, so that's why you have a battery door lock. Just safety thing, but that's a general thing. But like I say, these are used for multiple stuff. And the box is always accessible because, well, the box has to be separable because, like I say, if your batteries go flat, you need to change it, and you don't want to be taking the entire model apart. So this will be somewhere on the bottom of the copter somewhere, so you have access to it. So you have to do this. I think all of these use the same batteries. This is a 6, and I think they all do the same thing. It's just like a generic thing. But like I say, on some of the models, it has a module for the remote stuff. If you had that type of model. Okay. So yeah, so you've got 3 going there, 3 going here. And so use some advisable to do alkaline batteries for something that's a bit high powered because, like I say, it's running motors. This is not too bad because one linkage, but if you've got one that's got 2, I say you would need it, or if you've got the one in the module, you've high powered rechargeable or general ones, but you would need it. Oh, that's handy. That thing had 2 splits, so that's why nice. I don't have to get them all out. So let's put these in. Oh, I hate this packaging. Oh, it's not bad, just a pack, but I've had some worse. Let's see, I've got all of them out. And then directional, so well, the picture shows a bit directional here, but so the bottom pack. Oh no, they don't go in here, right? Ah. That's the door. That's where the batteries go. It's like 3 parts. I was wondering where the hell did it go? I know it's better. I can see it on the markings. I was thinking where the markings are when all the springs, but this is the middle part. So this is the battery tray itself. So this goes, you load the batteries into this part and then put it into the main module. It's just that it came off when I put it all together. So put all the batteries together. This is news. This is 9 volts because in older series of the Technic range, they used to use a 9-volt battery, so it was a smaller unit. But now I think they just use AA because it's easy to get hold of. And this module goes in one way, so it's got terminals here which fit onto the terminal there, so there's only one way. It just slides in. The door can go on any way, and then put the door back on with the screws. Well, because of general safety and all that, but also, like I say, it makes the model look better. Like I said, they always put it in certain areas in the model build, but they always have the door access, like I say, because like I say, you can change the batteries in that RAM to take apart the entire thing. Okay, so that's all ready. Okay, so and with the like I say, with the PDF version, you get the numbers like in the booklet. The reason why the 3D model doesn't have that because it's going in step and you're rotating it, but this shows you where exactly everything goes. So first of all, we need battery pack. Next, we need a little black thing. So this is normally a linkages for attaching maybe two rods together and stuff, but it's needed to be put into something. Oh, red clip. That's why. So this goes into one of these switches, and it needs to be going around this way because I can see the connectors on here, and that's one of the diagrams. So it goes into this little port here. So push it way into it stops. There's a stopper, and then that goes in the end. And that's why they've got two directions on the switches, because sometimes it may be coming in this end or on this side. Now I need to put some clips on this, so it's 4 of these little blue clips here. Then you need 2 of these blacker clips here. And they're going to go onto these end parts here. So when it goes on, these clips have go into the top holes here. On both sides. And then clip that straight on, because I say it's key to put these on. These do rotate in this one, so you may have to just twist this around to get the top part on, but they're designed to do that. That's on each side of the model. Okay, double check that. Let's see, so oh yeah, got that one. Sometimes you can do this where you skip and you realize you've missed a part. I've done that many times in the builds. Next one in there, the fourth, because I've been following that 3D model, so this one, they sometimes have more steps on one page. So done that one. Fourth one is just clip, so it's in each end on the black one. Yeah, just double check that. It's always good because you may do it. So yeah, battery pack, that. Okay, right. This one I need 2 long blue clips, and then you need 2 of these white things allowed to put angle clip things. So, and whenever you get a box on there with a little corner box here with a little 2x on it, it means it's do that thing twice. So this is twice, so let's just put these 2 twice together. So you put in this here, but don't push it all the way in, push it halfway in. The reason being is it's going to clip on the bottom of the battery pack, but something else is going to clip there later on. And then it goes onto these 2 holes on the bottom. So when it goes on, you may just push it around because they're a bit stiff at times. Goes on like that, so something's going to go here later on, and you push this to lock it. And that's on both sides. I'll say these clips can be a pain at time, but just push the edge in and it'll come in. Okay, so on this one, there's a box in the top corner which shows you the part you'd be building. So when you get that, it's rather than putting what you're using to one side, and you're going to build this part. So you're going to build that top part of all the pieces here, and then it will be either clip to something or something else to clip onto later on. So they normally give it that idea. And also in the top corner, you can see there's a 1-to-1 ratio of the parts on that page. So that one is normally for the rod size. The top one says 4, and the bottom one says how many holes in one of those multi-hole things. So with this one, we've got a lot of parts. So what I've got is another one of these white clips here. 3 of the little blue clips. Then I have 1 black clip, like the blue one, but it's a smaller size. And number 4 rod, so that's it. And then number 4, and like I say, to tell of this, you just get one of the holes in and match it. So that goes up to 4 holes, so that's correct. That's how you do it if you can't get to the page. It's the same with these ones. If you get, let's have a look here. There's different types in here. Here you go. This is the 5 grey. You can tell it says 5 because it's the 5 number of holes in the actual unit. And then we've got 2 more parts. We've got one of these here, and another one with 2 holes in it, and then another one that has 2. So that's one of those first parts, and it's numbered in order, so you've got to put them in, build it in order. So first of all, get the one with the double hole in, and then put these clips into one side. Say they're a bit stiff, so you have to wiggle it around. So that's the first part. And next, get the smaller one. It's going to go onto this top part here, facing up. So you've got 1 clip and 1 there, and then this one goes in the top there, which turns it into a clip. Then we've got the grey part that goes on here, so it's going to go onto this one, so it's the second hole in, and then the black clip goes on this side on the end hole. Oops, I missed one part. Say, yeah, you also need one of these. Just spotted it there. Like I say, double check what you're doing. And it's upside down, so it's this direction. So these are facing down, and this goes on to this hole here on the same direction. Then this clip goes into this top hole here, with it facing this direction, and then this just slides into the third hole on the bottom here, so it goes just straight through like that, and that's what that's designed to do, is to stop that. It's also used to, if any items hook onto it that need to move, it allows you to do that. And then on the last part is just get the battery box and put it on there, so it needs to go under here, and that's what this is for. So first of all, the black clip goes into that top hole there, keep it on, and then that's why you got these here, so that you then push this in. That's what you can see, there's a little orange yellow arrow, and now lock into there. That's what these are for. You need to just wiggle it around and lock it in, so that's now in place. Okay, and now we've got another part to build, so put this to one side. And this is all separate parts, so it's different parts being added together. So with this, we need a large grey adapter, similar to the black one, but longer, and then 2 6 pole, sorry, 6 rod, pole rod, you can call it whatever. This is the 2 6. So first of all, put them together to make one large one. Then need another one of those blue little clips, and then a white L. A lot of this part's white, so that attaches to one end of this, so it's through the top hole, just straight through. And then this goes on the bottom part here to make it into a clip. Okay, and then we've got more parts to add, so we've got a little spacer here. One of these sort of flat things with 2 sort of crosses on them, and there are 2 of those. And then 1 of these. These are normally used in engine builds to make the crank, so this is for multiple usage, but that's what that is. Like I say, you've got the little box in the top corner, the orange box, that tells you need to build that part first before you can add it to the main model. So first of all, what you want to do is put the spacer on here. And when it's that direction, to add these two on. Show you I've signed like this, and it will then go on to this part here, that direction, and it slides onto the grey part. So push it all the way on until it stops. So that's so far. Okay, so like I said before, there's a main part at the top here, and then there's another box here that's another part of that. So this is like building different parts and they're all going together. So you've got another part to build to put this part to one side, and then we've got to build this other part here. So you need another one of these, and number 3 yellow rod, a red larger stopper, and number 4 red, 2 of those little L shapes here. Anyway, 2 of these, and a smaller stopper, which is a little grey one, and then a number 11 rod piece here. So that's a number 11. Like I say, you've got to get it in order. So first of all, you want to put the red rod into this one as a stopper to stop it going away through. Then that angle down about that direction, put in the little L piece here, and then put the spacer in of the wider end on this side. Then you put in the yellow rod on the top on this side until it stops, or not all the way through. Then this hangs on the far hole on the top. Then this just goes in to cap this, so it goes all the way on to the top here. And also that spacer goes on the bottom here. So that spacer goes onto that one. So on number 5, it should have something that looks like this so far. Also, there's a little rotation here that tells you when to rotate a part, either upside down or angle. Just remember, you can't manipulate the PDF. And then this other one with a circle in it basically says generally what the 2 parts go on. So these 2 parts. And it wants to put the, so this one goes into this yellow part here. And the orientation needs to be so that when it goes on, this is foreign flush along this side here. Okay, the next part we need is just another white L and a small blue clip. And generally it's the same thing. So first we're going to put this into this side, not on the opposite side, and what we've done. Then we need to put the it onto this side. So it's like the same position as this, same position as which one now? That's why that goes under there. That's why. So this goes this direction. So this all is loose at the moment, but it will, when it attaches to other parts, it will fix together. So that just slides onto the end here. Yeah. Okay, and then 2 of those little grey little parts here, and they're going to go onto this upper part here like we've done on this one, so it slides on. So this keeps these 2 parts together. So push the first one in, and then push the second one on. So you see there now those parts are linked together. And number 13 is basically put onto the battery box area, so it's going to go along this side. And the way it works is it's going to go through this type of hole here, where this part here, so that slides in. Make sure all these are orientated right, so when it goes on, I was thinking about because I will attach that later on, but it will go as they'll go that direction. It'll fit there, and then that'll fit down there. Like I say, other parts will go on, and this will be a bit more secured later on. Okay, and then I've got to build. Looks like the other side to this, so just put that to one side. So that's before I got one of those little white clips, 3 of the little blue clips. Then I need the other large part of this. Number 5 grey. And number 4 rod. It's here somewhere. A little black clip. And then these ones, and then same with the 2 hole. Just building on the other side, but just different rotation. So it's the same as 4. So it's the large ones, but it's going on the opposite side this time, since we've done the other side. As before, that goes on the top. Then this goes on this side. Then the grey thing goes on this side, second hole in. And then the black one goes on this side. Then this goes on it as before, it's around this direction, and that goes into that hole this time. We're doing the opposite side. And then as before, the white clip at the top, or the end hole here, and then this rod goes into the 3rd hole in the bottom, because we're doing the opposite side. Rotate it so it's round this way. And then clip it onto here as before, so when this goes on, the black one will go into that hole there. Yeah, this happens sometimes. When you pick the model up, it will move slightly around, but as long as you remember where everything goes, you'll be fine. So this sometimes happens when they're, yeah, so most of the time it'd be a bit fiddly until more parts go on. So be careful when you lift the models up sometimes when they have no lock parts on at present. So you remember which way, because if you do it wrongly here, you start putting parts on, you're going to be spending some time taking it all apart again if you've done something by mistake, which can happen. For instance, if something fell out, you didn't notice it, and you put it on, and then later on you think, where's that gone, or where does it go? Then you figure out, oh dear. And this is the ideal place to figure it out, rather than 30 steps later on when you're taking the entire thing apart. Can happen. Yeah, so that goes into that hole. That's it, and then that goes into there. There we go. So now that is keeping this in place, and it's still the right position. Yep. Yes, that's all right so far, so that's correct. Okay, one step is upside down. It does that sometimes. I don't know why, but they need to fill the pages up sometimes. Okay, so we're adding additional parts to the top end here. So we've got another 11 right here. 4 of those white clips. And then 2 of the large blue clips. And then we've got to put them on here. So first of all, we're going to go in the center here. So you're going to miss the first three on each side. And one's going to start the fourth hole in. And then one goes beside it. Making sure the holes go this way. So you do that on both sides. Should have an even mount of a hole in the middle. And we're going to clip on the large ones, and they're going to, well, make a clip to hold stuff, but also keep these level. And it's a long part going in, so it's got to go through both of these. So you may have to wiggle these around to get them all in, but they will go in. And then that goes on the top here. So make sure that, so I'm going to put it down for this. So we're going to go in the two last holes here, and here is where these two parts and these two parts go in. And also there is a part here you need to lock in, so make sure you lock this part in as well. I didn't do that, but that needs to go in to hold that in place. So it just goes on straight like that, and like I say, that goes into the end hole on each end, and then the clip beside it. So you will have to just wiggle around to get these on, because the clip's sometimes going to be a bit tough. You can see that's now secured that part, and this is probably a moving part or something. I don't know. Okay, and then we've got two small L's. Find them. Two L's. And they're going to go on each end here, so they're going to keep these two upper parts from moving. So they're going to go in that direction. And when it's going to work is that one's going in the top hole, and then this one's going in the last hole before the little cross marker, and it's this direction. So that's the only part left moving, and this is all now aligned to secure so far. Next we've got these two grey ones. Look similar to the white clip, but instead it's got a little thing for rods and stuff to put in. And then we've got two long red ones. So these are similar to the blue one, but it's a red with a double end. And what he wants you to do first is put the rod in there, so it makes a big clip on the end. And they attach into this hole here, with the hole facing this way. And it's already in, that's why it's the double one, because it needs to go through two parts. Okay, double check that there. All the parts, yep. Okay, so the next part is basically flipping this over so it goes over. It's going to go over like that for now. Oopsie. Made a bit of a boo-boo there. This is upside down. So I just spotted that I must have done it when I put the rod in wrong. That's why I say you've got to be careful. That's not going all the way around there, so this is incorrectly done. So I'm going to have to is that the, I'm going to say entire assembly. Oh boy. Oh no, it's right, because if I remember rightly, let's see, get this correct. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think the entire assembly flipped when I did that, so I'm going to have to do a lot of undoing to reverse that. But this is what you got to watch out for. So I can see, yeah, I should have seen this earlier on. This is the entire assembly is upside down, so I need to just flip it over. I don't need to undo a lot. I just need to what's the easiest way to do this without taking the entire thing apart? This can happen. So what I need to do, I'm going to take. Where's the locks on these? I've got to take one side off to. I just need to take one side off here so I can flip it. Oh dear. This is what you've got to watch out for. So, was there a locking system up here? No. So I've got to take one side off and reverse it. I don't need to do the entire thing. I just need to just do parts of it just to get to the to slide this out and reverse it, which should be. Oh, there is a lock. There's a lock up here. Oh boy. Can I just pull the two ends off there? I'm going to try and. I've got to move this anyway, so. Yeah. This can happen. I had a feeling earlier on, right or wrong, but then I sort of think, yeah, this can happen. So I've got to take. No, just remember this. Okay, so that's how that's that side, because this will be. This is universal, so I don't need to worry about that. I've just got to take that off, remember where that is, because it's just this rod here is backwards. So I need to flip it 180. The easiest thing to do is to, if I can, yeah, okay. Let's do. Oh, it's not part of. I have to pull this side part off, yeah. And the problem with these ones here, they're tough to get out when you put them in, because there's no way to push it this way. The only way you can get those out is to, there's like a little slot at the top. Because normally, if you made a mistake, you can easily reverse it. Most of the Lego pieces, like these here, you can push it with a rod or pull it, but because there's a specialized lock in the top here, you have to pull this out. But luckily, this piece is half of it, so I can probably, yeah, okay. Because this is a little lock part here, I can probably just pull that out. Just get my finger underneath it. Your fingernails would be easier, but yeah. Okay, so I've done that enough, and I can now get a grip on the. If I can just pull this up enough. If you can get enough, you should be able to just get a grip onto the spacer there. So I'm trying to get this put enough back so I can pull this lock nut here. That's what that is. Let's do it. There we go. I can get it. There we go. Got it. Now I can pull this one side off. And then turn it around. So it's supposed to go that way up, because now it will go around that way. Okay, now put this back. So as before, that was in the third top hole at the top there. Let's make sure again. Rape it down, up so. Double check. All those are facing down. Okay, that's in place. Put the lock back in. Hopefully it's right this time. Yep, that's it. That's correct now. Okay, right. So, oh, this is yep. Missed that part. Just not good. Okay, at least I can access that still. Use right, in there, in that hole, in that hole. Okay, that's right. Yep, that's right. That's in. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. And then that goes up here. Store right. And then these went into this upper part here. Make sure I've got the right way around. Yep. Huh? Have I still got something wrong here? Why is still something wrong here? This is the problem you have. Yeah, it's not going to take a shortcut. I don't need to do it all apart. So goes up that direction. Yep. That faces up on the black part. That's done that part. That's down. That's correct. Okay, that's still sitting there. That's the stud went at the bottom. Ah, right, got it. So that's the stud went in the bottom part there. And that went. Yeah, okay, so that went that way up. Okay, yeah. So that went on the top there. Because that would normally be locked into that. Okay, so that is for this side, and it is doing. What's going on here? I'm supposed to clip into that. Ah, those bottom ones are in the wrong position. Oh, come on. I really made a mess out of this. Because now I realise something else is that these are all aligned. So what have I done? Oh boy. And this is not the most difficult part. Right. That goes like that. Those go that direction, that direction. That goes into there. That's pulled out front. That's sitting on top. That's going down. Those clips are in there. That's going down. That's at an angle. I'm just having a quick look at it. Okay, that's going through the pole. That's on top. Same place. Hmm. Ah, yeah, this part is in upside down still. That's still in upside down. Oh, did I put it in upside down when I was fiddling around with it? Mhm. Oh yeah, upside down. Ugh. Was it in the right way the first time and then I flipped it when I did something else? Okie dokie. I must have done something that did that. It really is bugging me now. Right. That is the right way. Yeah. Slides in like so. They're under the grey part. That's there, that's down there, so that's in right. That goes into those two parts there on the top part. Yeah, that's right. The block goes in there. No, it's not right, yeah. No, it's the upside down because I've confused myself again because I'm thinking it's like there. No, right. That way up. That goes in through this way. Okay, now it is. Yeah, there we go. That's the top of the battery where the switches are. That's along there, that's there. They're pointing down, that's on the side there. Flip that upside down for that side. That goes into the hole. That goes into there. And then I can flip it over. And that goes on to the top here. Right. Okay, flip it over there, and that's it. That's it. Now I can see how it goes. Now these would go in, so it wants the go. That's now that will lock into that white part down there. With that facing up. Same on this side, it goes that way up. Right. Now I do it. Yeah, there we go. No, not. Huh? I still got something. Yeah, that goes there. That's I can see that. Oh, you're telling me that this is backwards? Yeah, that's what. Got that right, then I realised this part's on backwards because it needs to go. The L's are opposite. No. Yes, I can see that's great. Huh? L is up. L is right. L is up. Okay, it's up here somewhere. It's doing all the problems. And this is not the main part yet. Huh? Let's see now. Yeah. This entire assembly is upside. How can it be? How many times we're going to be it backwards and it's not going to behave? Yeah, there's a. When I turn upside down, that is. Did I put that? Ooh. Right. Okay. Battery box. Yeah. So I'm gonna put the battery box up that way. That's slid in that way. I can see the back L's are up. Yeah, so that's there. That's there. That's there. That's there. Let's sit there. then I can see that part there, and that's good. So that is right way up on the top there. I can see that. That part's been the right way around all the time. Yeah, that's in there. That's hanging down that direction, and then that's that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that's that way. That's that way. So that's right. That's right. That's right. When you flip it over, L is facing down. L is facing down. And then this bracket goes on. So the same position. That is. That's right. That's that. L down, L down. That's right. That's right. Oh. I didn't spot the rotation and I didn't realize that image is the actual switch. So I had put it around the wrong way the first time. I put it right the right way, but I'm trying to do it that way, and that's the battery box. So it's supposed to be like that. That's what happens when you start doing something wrong and then you're trying to do so many parts. You suddenly forget what you've done until you look at to step back through minutes, get to the part here, that's right, and I looked at it and I've seen it on the screen. It says rotate it, and I can clearly see that it's the switches I can see and the motor ports and that. So I did put this other part in the wrong place the first time, but when I did the second time, it's like I didn't have this up the right way. So that's how it's supposed to go. So it's supposed to be that there, and then it goes up, because it makes sense, because nothing's supposed to block this, because this is the battery box, and that was what is exposed all the time. Right, got all that right now. So that is now the right way and correct way. And it's normally catching me a lot when I'm looking at it. Okay, so now continue onwards on this one. So I need 2 black clips, and number 7 of the white one. So that's one of these, one of those, and 2 clips. So they go in opposite directions in the middle. So I missed the first 3 here, and 1 clip goes on this side, and then 1 goes opposite way around. So then I've got number 3 there, and that goes behind on this clip. Then I got another number 3 one, and I got a small grey one. It's like the black, but it's the grey. So this goes on here, facing up, and then put the other one in the top. Then I've got ones like this. Now in the kit, there's both the single hole and the double hole. You want the 2 of the double hole in it. And I'm going to go into this part here, this hole facing this side. Okay, and then I'm going to go into the battery part here. It goes onto this pole here. It slides on. And these 2 parts are going on the black one, and it's showing you here that there's some blue lines, so it shows you there that this here and this here should be the same parallel length. So when you put them on, these should be flushed against each other. So when you look at it, these should be because this moves up and down, so because this moves around, you need to make sure that all of this is flush when you put this part on, because I think this is a part of a mechanical bit, I think. So you make sure that all this is level. So that's on the stopper there, and then all that. So that's why sometimes you get markings on it saying you need to make sure that, especially if it's moving past, that it all level as points, because when you start building up, if these are moved in the wrong position, the item may not work correctly. So that's why you've got to try and keep this level here while you build it up. Something that's what you've got to make sure. Okay, so oh, we've got some red parts. Number 9. 2 large blue clips and 1 large black clip. So first we'll miss 1 hole at the end here and the black one goes in, and then miss 2 holes and the blue one goes in with the short part, and then 1 on the far end, so you miss 3 holes and then the end. Then on this one you need a number 5, a tiny number, isn't it somewhere, number 2. There we go. Number 2 one, and then a large blue clip. So on this side is the small one, and then this goes on, so it goes on the blue one, and the black one is 1 in. And then on this end is the blue one, but the short end in. Okay, then the next one you need 1 of the little blue ones. One of these, it looks like the white one, but it's got like the rod on the end instead. And then you got one of these that was like the black one, but it's a red. So this part clips onto this end here. And then these two together, so just slide this onto this, and that clips into this hole at the top here. So when it goes on, you can see it looks like this. Okay, right, 28. You need to rotate it so that it's facing flat like this. And you see there's a number 4. Now with this, it's got a little 4 with like a label. It means that you need to have a sticker added. So it's saying sticker number 4 next to the rotation arrow. So with that, it's going to be this one here. Number 4 is the one that says on off. So this is basically the part of the warning, because most of these labels are decorative and general stuff, and other of them are icons telling you which lever or switch and that does what, so you know what operates what part of the vehicle. And it's going to go around about this area up here. So what I can see is it's near the end of this, between this hole. When you put this on, you need to try and get the level as possible on, and don't overlap the other block. So it is here. So that's going to go on that side of the craft, and then that will pass through with this area here, which turns the model on and off. So that's what that's for. And that's what you're doing here. So this part here, make sure this is all level. And it goes around that way. So this part goes into this hole, and then this one goes into this hole, and then that one goes into that hole. And you can see that passes through that hole there. Go around because it's different parts, and that was moving a bit. So push that up a bit because it's going to move. So there you go. So that's going to be one side of the upper area of the cutter, and see that goes through on there and operates the switch there. So that's why you've got this label here, so you know what that does. Okay, so now the next one is we got two of these black things. Looks like the thing we were using before, but it's got one end's got a clip in it, and one end's got a for a rod. And then we need a number 4 red rod. So they're going by direction. First of all, one goes in this way, and then one goes in 180 down the bottom. You've got something like this. And then that goes into here, a bit facing this way, and then it goes into that part there. So it should look like that there, and it allows you to basically turn the unit on. And there's a green light on there, see? So that's, as I want to indicate here, to represent it's got power. And it goes both directions, like I say before, because like I say, these sort of designed, this is basically on and off, but some models like vehicles and that, it would be forward and reverse and so on. And that one goes to one side and that goes to the other. But there's an indicator telling you when you've got power, if you know if the motor's running or the battery's flat. That's good. Okay, so it looks like we're doing the opposite side now. So it's the same parts, but like alternating the parts. So 3 large blue clips, 1 black clip, another one of those red clips there, and then 2 of the 9 one. Yeah, so we've got 2 of these this time. I also get one of them, put all the clips in. So miss 1 hole and put the black in. Miss 2 holes and put the blue one in. Put the short end in, and then 1 blue on the far end. Then put this on top with the same position, so that's on the end, so all the way in. Like I say, you have to fiddle around with these because they're sometimes tough to do. Got a big block here with 2 studs there, and then this one goes into the far hole with the short stud in. Then rotate it so it's this direction. This goes on this end. And there's another sticker to add, which is number 16. It's this one here. And it's got a picture of the landing gear, so this will be to tell you that this switch, wherever it operates the landing gear. So that's what we need. And it goes up in this section, and just go this direction, so onto here. And it's the same place as the other one, so what I can see is this end of it is like near the end of this sort of like area here on the far back. Like I said before, try and get it level as possible, not overlapping the 2 bricks. So if you ever took the model apart, you're not going to break the sticker. You don't need to remove them if you took the model apart, but you know where they are. That's a rough idea where it goes, as long as it's near the area where you got the controller. And then the same thing before, rotate it so it's on the opposite side. And it goes here like we did before, so that one goes into there, and these clip into up here. So you see the same go here later on, which will operate. This is all done by gearing, so you got this just operates the power. And there'll be a number of gearing stuff here to control where the motor goes, because it's like one motor, so it will, whatever you adjust will tell where to divert the rotor and everything else on it. So that's how these work. Okay, next is 2 black clips, 2 large blue ones, and straighten the top. So what I can see is the large blue ones go next to this one, with the long one going down on both sides. Like I say, you have to these bottom bits move, so we need to wiggle around to get them in. On this side, this was fixed, the other side's not. And the next to them is the little black clips. And then the next one is just two of these. Get out there. One's like the red one, but it's the black ones that are going to go on here and here. And it's going to be like that, so it's going to rest on those two clips. That'll still be flush here. Just keep an eye on that side to make sure that's level. That should be fine. Okay, so it looks like there's more parts to add. So this is going to be this side, like this side, it's on this side. So we've got two black clips. Then we've got a grey one. Then we've got two of those white threes, like the red one we did. And then two of these flat ones, like the one we did. And the number 7. Not that one, that's too big. And the number 7 clip. And we've got to put them together, but it's alternating the other way because it's the other side. So 3 mishole, one's on that side, one on the opposite side. Then put the 3 on this side. Then put the 3 on this one facing up with the grey one on this end. And then these two go on, and so it's going to go like before, or that's going to go there in the hole here. It's going to go on here, and this is the thing you're going to go remember that this needs to be level and this to be level, because I think this is probably what operates the landing gear. Should you make sure that all of this is all level, so that way when you operate it, they're not going to do some weird stuff that could damage the model or other stuff. So it goes that way on. As before, it's that hole goes onto that bottom there. That's up the top, and then that goes onto this rod here. Like I say, make sure that is level. Which is, as you can see, these are all running the same length. Like I say, because yeah, so what I think will happen is something will attach to these later on, and it will operate the gearing system on the bottom. So that's why you must make sure this is all level in this position. So it's flush on this part and flush on the part for now. Okay, so we've got 2 more clips to go on. So we've got 2 of these red clips here, 2 black clips. Basically put them together. And they're going to go into these other 2 parts here, following these ones here. And then the next part simply just 4 of these, like the white one, but the red. And then just clip on here, so that way it keeps all this together. Keeps it all together, but also there is an area here for stuff to clip on later on. Let's just move about, so that's what this is for. Four clips. And they're going to go. So, okay, first of all, rotate it so you're looking at this side, on the white side, and it's going to go into these end clips here. Okay, and I've got to build something else now, so it's a 9 of these ones, 2 4 rods of the red, and then 2 of these You know, so it's got a large clip here, and then there's allows rods and stuff to fit in. So first of all, put the clips in each end, all the way in. Then put the rods into them. And like on the other page has the 1-to-1 ratio, because that would be like two-sided, like I say. And they go into the ones up here, facing that way. So the clips will go in there, and then they will stick out. Okay, more parts on. So it's going to start extending this part. So I've got 3 black clips, and then I've got looks like angle like these here. So it's these angle parts. So put them together. So first of all, one clip goes, it goes around that way into that middle part, which allows these to double up. And then on the rest of the holes on this side is the other 2 clips. And this one goes on here. So the rod goes through that part, and then the clips go on. So just rotate that and then slide that on. And then the clips will go in there. So it keeps that piece in check, so it won't move that piece, and it extends this area. And the other step is the same, but on the opposite side. So it's the same pieces. 2 of these, 3 clips. It's going around that way this time. So one in the middle to make these 2 as one main part. And then put 2 clips in the end here. And then put that on the end there and down there. So you've got those 2 parts there. And then simply there's going to be 2 ends on the red part, which are these 2 grey. It's going to face up. Going to face that way, up the whole face in there. Okay, so ooh, it looks like an entire assembly you've got to build now. It's a very large part, so I'm going to put this to one side. And I've got enough part because I've just seen the picture. Loads of. So this looks like the rest of the front part, I think, because this is probably where the cabin that sits, and it's also it operates the front landing gear. And then what happens is that will then clip on to, when it's built, it will clip onto this part here. Because that's how to do it is. This is the middle part. There'll be a front part here, and there'll be another part for the tail. Okay, so this one we need 2 large clips of the blue ones, and then 1 of the 7. So one end we have the short end of the blue, and then 2 in, and then it's the clip facing with, I can see the stopper on this side. So it goes like this way. Then I need a number 9 of this, and that would go on this side. And you missed the first hole, it'd be in the second hole for that one, and then this is 2 holes up. So push the end on first because it's the longest end, and that's the front end. Then this one simply needs clips, so you need 1 large blue and a black one on this side, and the blue is next to this one with the short part in. Okay, then I need a number 7 of this rod. Okay, so that's that one. And then 3 of these little things, like the grey ones for this, but it's white. So first we've got to put 2 on the end of this, 2 on the end of the rod. So push it on until it doesn't go way through. And that slides into this hole next to this one. When you slide it in, push it all the way into it stops, but make sure that's facing up. And this one locks in, but it's going to go 90 degrees anti-clockwise. So you're going to have something that looks like, so that's flush against there and that's sticking up. Then on this one, you need another number 7 rod, and this thing, so it's like it's got areas to put different rods and stuff in. So first of all, what it wants you to do is put it up this direction with the rod in until it stops. And it will slide in next to this, so make sure that's facing up, that go through, that sticks up, and because that's keyed, it's only one direction, so it goes in. And you have to push it a bit because it's tough, and it should go all the way in and lock in. So that should, nothing should be sticking out there, and you've got tail length on this side. And I've got number 3 of that, and then the little one there. So that will go on to this part here. To double it up. And then this part goes on here. Flush against this one. Okay, now put this to one side because I've got another part to build because I've got the box in the top corner saying to build this next. So it needs a 5 grey rod and a little red joiner. And then a little black one like the grey one that's the size smaller. First of all, put these two together. Then you need a grey L, similar to the white one, but it's a grey coloured. And it goes down that direction and slide it on the large rod until it stops. Then you've got a little stopper and then a double-ended thing. So one end's got a clip and the other end's got thing for the rod. So it goes on that way with that on the far end, straight up. Then put the stopper on. And the next step is simply put another stopper on. Stopper spacer. Okay, and then the next one is some smaller parts. So like the colour ones we've got the grey one and 2 stoppers. So first of all, put these in each end without it going all the way through. And then that slides into this one here for now. Then this one's got a similar thing, so it's got this part in the grey L. So this is going to go on there to cap this off so it doesn't fall out. And then, oops, daisy. Don't put the cap on first, as realised. Put the L bit on first before you do that. So that goes on. The L bit goes on here, so it goes that way on the middle hole here. Then put this on because I realised it wouldn't go on then. There was a big gap there. So I've got that type of arrangement so far. Then white long bit. So this is similar to the red one, but it's longer and it's white. And that goes onto this L top part here. Going through this direction, so the clip is on this side. And then it clips onto this one. So this white clip goes onto this part and it's going to go next to this blue part on this side here. Okay, and then I've got front bit to add, so that is 4 small stoppers. Then I need 2 5 rods. Then I need one of these. So roughly These are going to the rods and they need to be like halfway through, so like so sticking from now, and it's like near the end of the center, so these should be like almost even. They can be adjusted later on, but you try and get it even as possible. You can sort it out later on. And then on this end, you're gonna have the two stoppers, so one of each, two on each side. Something like that, and then that slides on to this part into this hole here. So when it goes on, that part sticks out, and that's in the middle. And these should all be flush to each other, which they are. So if they're not, they're sticking out a bit more, you can just simply tweak these two to get it in. But that's how that one works. And simply just need two black clips next, and another number 9 of this one. Let's see if I can find one. There you go. They didn't. And this is basically going to cap this, and clips go on. So this goes on. As before, the white one goes on the end. So slide, and the yellow ones go, but starts on the third one in. So slide those on first, and then the clip will hold it on. So it should be flush along this two here. And then the black clips will go in. So one will go on the end, following this one, and then one will go next in this hole between the yellow and the little blue stopper there. It's probably so that this number one's going to be built here and going to go on along here. Yep, what we're doing next. So number 7, and then a large clip goes in the center of the clip on this side, but don't push it all in yet. Halfway in. It's going to go on here, and the black's going to go on the far end hole, and then these go beside the blue one, so it goes along there. Push that on, then push in the long clip. Makes it easier to clip on, that's why they do that. And then the next one has 2 small blue clips. Okay. On the front, between these 2 holes here. And then I've got next ones are some studs and stuff. So I've got these 2 small studs here. These 2 little clear things. So these are normally for lightings and stuff, the decoration. And then you've got these 2 here. So I need to do these. So first I've got to put these together. So it is put the clip into this part. And then stick the clear caps on. And that goes into the blue parts we've had here with the cap facing down in that direction. So I'm guessing what these are. Judge by the design of it, and underneath, I think these are the lights that come on the bottom of the copter. Normally where the underside of it. That's the only thing I figure why they're down like that. Okay, so we've got a large part, 15. It's it's the largest thing here. So there's a large one of these and 2 large blue clips. So it goes on this side. So the first one is 4 in on this side, but not all the way in. And then misses 3. And then the other one goes in but short side. So it's like the 4th one up here. And then that goes onto this side, and what I can see is it is flush against this. So this will be the last hole at the top here. and that clips into this top hole here. And that's the advantage of that 3D model I showed earlier on, where if you had the 3D version of that, you can rotate it and figure where this goes, but the old style is like fixed. Oh, yeah, and also make sure, oh yeah, the other thing also is I spotted, I can maneuver it now. This needs to go into a hole here next to this blue one, so it stays that, so that stays still up the top. Well, I haven't got the other part in yet, it's easy to maneuver it in, but that will stay up there. Right, more parts to add, so put this to one side because I can see in the top corner it needs another thing to build. So I'd say black clip and a 5. Second one in the top. Then you need a 3 there and a green one like the blue, but it's green. And this is right in the center, so straight in the center there, and then the green one goes in this end one, but it's the short part in first. Then next one simply just a cap of that, so it's another grey one straight onto the end here. So it sticks out a bit from that one. Now you need a white and a black one of these, and this works the same way, so that goes on the end of the cream one. So it's following this one, and then the clip on that side. Okay, so we've got more parts to put on here, so I need another 7. And then it's this only part in here, so that side's got 4 holes and a little clip to put like a ball peen in later on. And it goes on, so when it goes on this part, this face is down. Slide it in there, and then this rod goes straight through and links these all together. At the moment, there's nothing to lock the rod in, so just put it in and try and get it so there's a bit of it sticking out so it can link there later on. So that's roughly as it is, and won't be adjusted later on. Then you need a long blue clip, and that goes into this hole going that way in. So I can see the stopper. It's there. Okay, another part to build, so another L part there. Another 5 brown part. 2 of these parts here. Red little large stopper. A little one of these tabs, and then I've got one of these stands here like it was the grey one, but it's a red version. Okay, so where it works is, so we need the up part facing that way, and the little stud goes in the top. Then on this side, you've got the little rod goes away in, and then this part facing that way, so the thick part's in, and it goes all the way in. And then you put the little stopper in afterwards, because it also uses a spacer, so go in. And this part goes on opposite direction as the one that's already on, in the same direction. Then put on this side this stop here, but it stops here, so it should go through this area. Then it will go and then rotate it so that it's round that way. Yep. And it goes to this part, so it will go. So this yellow part goes through this part, and the clip goes into that clip. And then also that middle part goes down, that face down. That part there goes into the second hole there. So when you put this on, try and wheel it around. Let's put the other part there, throw it on. That goes into that hole, push it right on. Should have something like that would say that, as I say, you can push this right. So these should be round in about even size because something's going on there on. That's like that, and then that part hangs down, and that part hangs like that for now. Okay, got more parts to put on the back, so need 4 of these white 3s, 2 large clips, and then 4 of the black clips. And this is just building a part twice. So first of all, put the black clip in the end here, and put these together, so it makes one large item. And then on this side, you got the black one in the center, and then the blue one, and it's going to go through all both, so it keeps it solid. And then do the same again. So turn the parts, and they're going to go on the end here. So when it goes on, going to go that way, so these 2 parts out, and then that blue one's in that center. That's the only hole that's free, as long as those 2 parts in that direction. And well, number 70 says basically rotate this, so that goes up like so, and then that needs to go around that direction for now, and then that goes like that. So you have something looks like that. Move around if I've lifted it, and it needs to attach here. And keep an eye on the front of it, because there's like blue lines. So that way it works is that's the front. When it goes on, it needs to be so that that is flush against that part. So what I can see, those 2 are going to lock into the end here. That's going to go into the hole as before, and then these 2 parts go together. So those clip together, and then the 2 front one then goes in. So make sure these are right. So that goes like that. Okay, yeah. At the moment it says make sure all that is flush. Don't move it, because I think this mechanical part is going to be for the front wheel thing. So that's why I need to figure out why this lot moves about. And simply just need a large part on there to clip all this together. So we've got a large 15 white and then 2 blue clips. So first of all, put this on. Well, put the clips in. So as before, this goes 4 up, but not all the way in, and then miss 3 holes, and then another 4th hole, put this one in with the short side in. And it's going to go straight over there, so make sure the right hole. So this end one is that blue one. So that'll clip on the end. That go in that hole, those go in those holes there. So you've got this, that'll go over there later on, but yeah. Okay, that'll hook onto something there to run, and that'll hook onto something there. So you've got this type of design. Okay, so we've got more stuff to add. So put that to one side. Okay, so we need one of these. And then they stick another one. I can see it on the marker. So it's this grey one down here. When it goes on, so that's direction, and it needs to be so that it looks that way, and it goes on there, and it's around here near the edge. around about that position there. Next, we're going to clips to it. So one large blue and two small blacks, and they're going to go in all the top here. So the blue one's in the far end with the short part in, and the two black ones on this side. And then you need these. You need both a white and a grey. Grey one goes here. It clips straight into this hole. And same the blue one. So white one, it goes straight in here. So you should have something like that with that sticking out. Then you need one of these angle piece, one black clip. Rotate this round so it's around there, so that bit's down the bottom, those smaller bits at the top. Put the clip on the top there, and that will fit in, and it should go that direction. Goes that direction, so it's all smooth along there. Okay, and I've got more clips to add. So I've got a small black and a blue. So the blue will go in the bottom, long part in, so it'll secure all this together, so it won't move around. And then the black goes in the top. And then attach it to this part. That's going to go into these clips here. Okay, so what I can see is, this is where the 3D model normally helps, but what I can figure out, again, so it's going to go into that hole and that hole up there. It's the only place that won't go because there's a gap. And that's also flush against there, so that's the upper part there. Okay, and then I need one of these, and it goes onto this yellow part following this one. Okay, and then so it's going to go along this part down, so it needs two of these white parts, two of these things, looks like a hole with a double end to it there, and then one of these grey block systems here. Basically put these together, so long as they're aligned to the same direction, and then on this end is these, and it's going to face down. And it's going to go on this part, so that part goes into the white bit, and then that goes into this yellow part down here. So wheel it around, and this should go on. Yeah, push it all the way until that's flash, and that should all be flush up there, which it is. That's good. Okay, it looks like we're putting this side bit on now. So getting on one of these parts here, and it's number 7 on the label, which is this one, similar to the one. And then that goes same direction before and the same direction where these, it's going to be that direction under this area, the edge, close to this area as possible, rotate it, overlap in there. Oh, I put it on the wrong end. But it's still, I can still adjust it because, like I say, it's not fully stuck yet. The sticker can still be removed if you just put it on. It takes a while for the glue to set, but I just realised it's further up this end. So don't try to do it once it's been set there for a while. There you go. That's the right way. That will stay. Two black clips and a blue clip. So the blue clip's at the top here with the short end in. don't know what that means. Anyways, we've got these parts here, so we've got grey and a white on this side for these ones. Okay, and then I've got to rotate it so that it's basically up that way. And we're going to put the end on here, so it's a small black clip at the top, and then where's that part going on there? Oh, here it is. And that goes down here. So that's along that side. And the next page is basically the same we did before. So the black small clip there and the long one there, or the blue one. And then it goes on this side. So that goes on, but I forgot to lock this in, so that has to be locked in. Otherwise it will, otherwise you have a problem, because that's supposed to lock into there to hold that bit in place. So yeah, so I did miss that slightly, but easily corrected. And it's the same thing as before, where the large one's there and that there. So put the large bit on there and a small bit. Okay, then got some parts to go on the top here. So 2 small, 3 yellows, and then 2 these white bits here. And first of all, put the rods into the end here. We have to go all the way through. Then they clip onto these 2 clips here. So it's going to go like that with the rod sticking up. See, like that. And then the next one, I just need 2 of these red large ones. And they're going to go into these 2 ends here. So you put the part down here, so it's got a large clip. And we got another part to add. So put this to one side, and then there is 1 of these T-looking shapes, and then 2 large blue clips. And they're going to go in the top and the bottom here with the short end in. Then I've got a red L, like the ones we've done before, there's a red coloured. And then 2 of these, where is it, white things, but it's got 1 hole. So where it goes, there's the L, goes up here in the bottom hole, facing that way, and then these go straight here to build this up. It's only a place that these can go. And then the next one says we put a T on to close this off together. So you've got this large part here and this part here. Then 2 clips on, black clips on each side. Okay, then we've got more parts here. So we've got 2 6 black bars here, and then we've got one of these, just 2 holes in it, and then you've got an angle piece here. So we've got to build these up together first. So first we'll get this and put the rod in each end without it going straight through. And this goes on, and it doesn't match which end because it's the same. So rod will go through one, and then it go through that center hole there. Push it way through, and then this attached to this part. So that's it's going to. So the clip's going to go into that hole, and then that's going to slide through that hole there. And remember, this is keyed here, so you need to wriggle it around to get it in. So that looks like this so far. And it's going to attach to this end, so it's going to attach to this end here, so keep this level. And it looks like it's going to go at an angle. So what I can see is they go onto these three parts here. So it clips onto all these three. So one go in there, clip there, and then there. So that's now coming up that direction there, and that's just a part there we've got there at the moment. So let's start to do the front part. Okay, right, so we've got one of these three ones, two of red 7 and one black 7, and then two of these. Okay, so first we need one of the red ones and put the clips in, so it's going to go each side, missing the first hole, and it's the long short part in. Then on one side you've got the black part with that first part going on this side, and this side you've got the three going in the middle, and that just goes over to cap it off, so it should go on like the other one, so it should be flushed like this. And then that goes onto this large rod here with this part facing out. And then we simply just got to put this end cap here, so you need one entangled piece, and then it's here somewhere. It's just oh yeah, it's underneath a piece, so that's that piece. So put this on like this one, so it starts there and all the way up to there, so it keeps all this secured. And some clips on this side, so you may have to wiggle it around to get it on, but it will go on. And then that part goes on here to cover this area up. Okay, so it looks like next we've got to put a wheel on. One of these clips here of the long beige one. And then we've got that. You've got these can be for pulleys and a number of stuff, but it can be wheels, and then you've got this very thin rubber wheel. First I'll put these together. So put the tyre onto the wheel. These are easy to do than most. What you want says, so the first one is going to go on this side, on this short part there. Rotate this so it's on this top side, so you want access to this. So this part will go in here first, all the way on, and then the other wheel will go on itself. So this is the front nose wheel, so you can see when it's operated it will be down there, and when it's landing and when it's over, and it'll just hug away. Okay, this one's simply easy to rotate the model. I want to make sure that's so it's like this for the moment. Make sure the parts are where they need to be. And this needs to attach to the main model. So it's going to attach to this point here with this point, and this is going to lock onto this part here. So that will just go over that, and then these clip into, just wheel it around, and then these 4 parts go together to make the main unit. Make sure that's flush with this. And then that will go over that side, and that's there, and then so you can see it's starting to take a shape now. So that's the front end, and that's the section, and there'll be the tail end later. The next page simply says lock this into this part, so it's in the center there, and push that one in. So there'll be something else here which will operate this area. So somewhere on here. So when you operate it, this will move, which will lower the end here, which will be where the rear wheels are, and also lower this middle one for the nose wheel. Okay, so I need 4 clips. Then turn it upside down, and they're going to go into these 2 holes here on each side with the short part going in. On both sides. There you go. Then I need some other parts to go on, so I need another 2 large clips there, and then 2 of these. So first of all, I've got to put in is the clip on the end here with the short part in twice, and they're going to go on each side of these. So it's clipping on to let's make sure that other one's in the right way around. Ah, whoopsie daisy. Notice that these 2 go around the other way because what they're designed to do is designed to keep this part from moving. So those stick out, these stick in. Just realised because I put the other parts on thinking, well, they're sticking out, but I just realised these backwards, so we put them around the other way because they go in there and this keeps this from bouncing. That's it. Because those go in, lock this part so it's more solid. Then these go on. Because when they go on, they go into these clips that direction, and this one sticks out. Okay. Okay, that's it. We've got something else to add to it. Stabilizer thing, I'm not sure what that is, but I think it's the little shelf bottom bit. So put that to one side. So first of all, we've got a brick block here, so it's a 16 studded one there. Then you got this one. This is what we normally see in general Lego builds, but these are for these. So I'll go across here. So on the side here, it's going to be missing the first 2 spaces leveled on. And the next one, then we need a black clip, and then this for double-sided studs. So this goes on the end here, and it sticks out the 4 one end, the end there, and then a clip on the end that comes in. Similar thing to that one, but we've got a single one and a 2. The single one goes next to this one, and then this one goes on the end. Okay, they've got more parts to put into this. So little stud, little clear thing, one of these white clips here, and then a number 5. So we'll build these together. So first I'll put the stud into this part with the lens that looks like the light, and then that will attach to this one here with it facing up, and rotate it so facing down, and it clips onto this one on the second hole. So when it goes on, see along there. I've got some end bits to put on, so one of these, not that. Where is it? Okay, sure. This sort of like step thing here, and then do your study block there. Rotate this around this way. This goes on this end first. That makes that round bit, and then that go on the top. And then we've got caps to add on. So we've got 2 of these large caps. This end cap has got holes in it, so that's a cap. And a single stud cap. So this one goes on the end here because it's the angle one. And then the 2 flat ones then go on the top. And the single one just to cover that hole. So we've got this all flush. Then we've got to put stickers on. So it's number 20. And these are all identical, so there's 4 of them because there's going to be 2 on each side. And they're all identical, just making a big one strip. So when you look at it on that direction, you want it so the silver bit's facing down, and it just goes on it, basically on each of the cats, basically. Try and line it up to there if you can to make it look like it's one piece, but you can see it's that part. Okay, so you need to rotate it and things are going to clip in here. That's why you got these side bits. So with that, you need another single clip, which will go on the first one. And they've got this large grey one, which will go on the side. So along here, and it'll cover part of this, which it's supposed to do. And then you've got to put a sticker on here, which is number 8, which is this massive one here. And that goes on this grey strip, and it needs to go so that it's round that direction on this grey strip. Try and get it on as possible. So there's that one there. And that goes onto these clips here. So we can figure out is that one goes after that hole there, and then that goes into the last hole here. So push this one first and then go along. And then this goes into this top hole at the top here. So wiggle it off when it goes on. Yeah, so that will stick out that hole there. That's long, so that's the first. I think it's scared of something there. And now we're going to do the other side. Same parts, but it's an alternate way. So as before, we've got the little block here. Then this one, which goes on evenly. Then we've got the 4 block, which goes on this side this time. We're doing the opposite side. And then you've got the little black clip on this side. And the further one, so the single one there, and then the double one here. And then here is where the angle one, so you want the one that goes on the bottom. Then little 2 on the top there. So 4, we need a stud, clear, little, so these ones here, and the little 5. That's a 4, put these together to make the lamp. And that goes on the end on that side this time, facing up. Turn it down so it faces down, and then clip it onto here like we did before. Then we've got to put the caps on. So you need flat one on the end, 2 large caps on the top, and then the smaller one to do the filler at the top. And then put the stickers on, which is number 20, so it's these two. And this time they go that way, the silver ends. You probably can put the stickers on before the cap's on if you know where they're going. Let's put a walk, so you've got the side like this. Rotate this that way. Then we've got to put the caps on here, so it's the little white one on the grey, so white on the end. Grey along there, and then I need number 11, which is this one up here. And then it goes that direction on. If you put this upside down, it's not too bad because, like I said, this is on an actual on a flat piece. If you put that wrongly, just unclip it and turn it around without removing the sticker again. And it go on this side. Same point before, that goes into that top hole, and then that will go into the end hole there. Need to get it on, it locks on. So there are the little skid plates or something else, I don't know what they're called. Right, now I've got to add the rear wheels, so there's 2 large cream pieces and then tyres and hub. I also put the wheels together, so these are a bit bigger than the standard one, and you can see there's multiple hubs here. So when it goes on, I want to make sure that the little, there's like a lip in here, goes into this groove to make it secure, so push it in first. You see that is actually a bit off there, so we need to do is just keep pushing it around on both sides and keep flicking it, pushing it around until it's both of the sides are smooth. That way it would roll round. These wheels are not too bad, but on bigger wheels you would do this. And because they're big, the hub would be big, so you need to just push it on there, because some of them have 2 lips. You wouldn't need to, push it around to get them all on, but that's done. And follow the pattern. So you've got this pattern and that pattern, so that's the inner part, and that's where you put the long in. But on that side, you see it's got the like nut sort of thing. And then they go on to these parts here. So when you lift them up, see that's why you have to make sure they're level, because when you lift it up, see they go together. At the moment that's not attached to that model, should be fine. So I'm just going to raise that, and it's on the last one. So there's the rear, and then yeah, rear of the vehicle wheels. Yeah, take this up to down like so. Yeah, and the picture says like that because I've been waiting to push it down. So when you put these together, you need to make sure they're aligned. That'll be later on. Okay, so that is the first back done. And you always get, like I say, with all these kits, you always get spare stuff. These are like little parts because they can get missing or laying down, so don't need these for the moment. So I'm going to put those into a. I'm going to put them separately out the way at the moment because I don't need them. Oh, got so many bags here. We're going to have a lot of loose ones on each time we do this. Okay. Move the stuff over here because like, you're going to mess in the corner, it's fine. Okay, so that's the first part there. So now I'm going to do the second part. Just going to give myself something out a bit because I'm sitting down a bit. Okay, so what we need now is bag 2. So that is these 3 bags here, number 2 in it. As like the other one, you got smaller various sizes. In the big bag, we got a bag with smaller parts in it, like we had with bag 1. Also, there's a plus one here, and that's this little flexi thing. So that's what I'm saying before. The other bag, it's universal, so they want you to have this part as well, which will come in later on. So I'm going to put all those to one side and bag it all. With this here, so I must make sure that I don't. That's why I have a large table here, so I can push it further away. Especially large parts, because you don't want your model blocking the small parts and they just start rolling around. And you try to find them later on, which is ideal. This has got a lot of small parts because, like I say, this is going to be doing majority of the the frame here and some of the gearing system. Come on. So this one has a lot of clips. Because in this one I've got all the small clips, so they're the blue, the black, all that lot we had before, but also small gears and stuff. The other bag contains some of the larger linkages and struts and that, and some larger gears. And the large one contains the bigger parts, with 2 bags of small pieces as well. So this has got most of the large parts linked together and a few of the larger gearing stuff and rods. So they put them in different sizes to try and keep it easy. One small bag contains spacers and stuff. The other bag contains more clippages and stuff, linkages. So there's a lot of small parts in this part of the build. And that's what most of the techniques are like though. It's like you see it's over 2,000 parts, but a lot of it's like holding clips together, linkages and stuff. So we've got a lot of gearing stuff to add to this, so it needs to have all this here. And they're different colours depending where they're going to sit, so they don't blend in right. Okay, so that's all of those. Okay. Ooh, mine, yeah, that's a big build. Just in the picture in the corner here, so it looks like I'm doing the main support. So this is holding the cockpit. So this is the pilot and the co-pilot's chair system. Looks like we're building the gearing for the pitch system and support for the back of it. That's what I can see. So first of all, we need a really odd block here. So this is going to have some really unusual parts. Show this block here, and it says it's number 11, but there's no 11 holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it has 6 on one side, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you count it, it's 6 there, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 11. So it's got double holes here. It needs to go upside down. Put to one side for the moment because we need that later. And then next we'll put some clips in. So I need 2 small blue clips. Then I need 2 of these little clips here. First of all, I'll put this in on the bottom of each one. And then that goes on the top part here. So you missed the first 2 holes in the third hole. They go in one side on each side. Should have a part that start like that. Okay, then we've got one part to add, 2 parts, which I'm going to add to the back here. So I've got 4 3 yellow rods, 2 red spaces, 2 cream locks like the blue ones, 2 long white ones, so like the black and red we've had before, 2 of these sort of junction support things, you've got 4 of these that like the white ones we had before. And you need 8 of these. Whereas we've got a lot of parts, remember this is 2 items together, so it's like enough for both sides. So where they work this, first of all, get 2 rods and one of these and put these together to make one large block. Make sure they don't push out. And then you need is one of these on each end. And then you need the green tab, the short bit going in. Then on that, then you need this going in to the end of it. So this is one of the control systems here. And then after that, the caps. So 2 more of these to cap it off. Then on the back, we've got a clip. So get the white clip, put on the spacer thing on the end, and then it fits into one of the ends here. So that's a moving part there, and then do the same again. So need another one the same. Oops. Put the heart in the middle. That's easy. You can sometimes create itself and realize after, but this is easy to fix. Right, that goes in the center, and then these 2 go on the end. Right, okay, that's it. And then, like before, there's parts on one end. And then that clips onto one of the moving parts here. Got these two parts here. Actually, that doesn't go in the moving part, it was one of the fixed parts. Yeah, there you go, so that's those two parts. And then they go here, so that goes onto, that's up there, so it goes onto the second hole here. And then the same on the side. And then get 2, 3 rods, and then they're going to go in each of these end holes. Looks like a frame's been added next, so I've got in here, you can see it. One of these looks like a big H. Then you need a number 3 of this one. Then one of these. 2 small spaces. And then 2 of the large red ones of the clips. So first of all, get this and put the clips in each end. So get 2 clips on the end. Then attach the this part straight through. And then rotate it and fix it in the top of this part. We've got this type of part here. Then slide it onto these poles here. So they're going to 2 top holes. And then the spacers go an inch in so this doesn't fall off. Got this type of arrangement. These are designed to move around for the moment. Excuse me. So next we're here, you need 2 cream parts, like the blue, but they're cream. And then 2 of those small grey parts here. So first of all, I've got to put this into one end of it, on each one. And then this is important because I see a lot of things. So when it goes on, you must make sure that all of this is level. So that's leveled up like that. So when you put this on, it's down there because this is moving around. So when it goes on, that part is facing up and that's part is facing down. So it looks like this. So it must go the right way. So look at it, see those are down like that, and those are level at the top. Okay, so what you need there is one black clip. You need one of these. And then one of these with the cross hole in it. You need 2 of these. And number 3 letter rod. So first of all, put this into one of these. And then slide this on so the hole's that way and that's at the top. And then put that in the cap the end, and then the clip goes on one side of the top. And this part goes in the top half. That facing up. Like I say, the vital, so that most vital that those 2 face down. So when that goes on, it clips together like so. As you can see, whenever you turn these 2, it's going to move this part around. And then it's going to start, you're going to move those up and down later on, so that all work together. Okay, it's got more parts to go on the back of it, so let's with this, you need a number 6 black. Where is it in this pile of? It's here, it's just that I haven't sorted it out, so it's buried somewhere. Here we go, here it is. Number 6. And then a number 3. And then one of these long white ones. And 2 of the small adapters of the black one. And then you've got that oddly looking item. I can see it. We'll see. I can find it in somewhere here. It's here somewhere. There it is. So it's got like a clip on an end and an angle there. First of all, these 2 parts, that faces that way, and then the rod goes in like so. Then attach one of the adapters there, and then the black rod, and then another adapter, and then the yellow rod. So this massive rod piece here. Before this is vital, she made it the right position, so that's staying there, and this must be level. An inverter that goes that way level, and it goes into this part here. So it slides in. That locks into there. As you see, so that should be flushed there, and they should be flushed down. As I was saying before, when you move, so when this part moves along, it will move this part, and then there'll be linkages underneath it. So when you move this, it'll move another linkage further at the back. So that's why you must make sure that all of this is positioned right, so that when you rotate stuff, it's going to operate. And I think that's too far in because that's binding a bit. If it's binding a bit, just let me talk about these parts here, yeah. Where is the? I'll pull that one out. Yeah, these are. It doesn't move running smoothly there. Okay, that's backed off there slightly. Make sure it's not pushing too far in, so that when it moves, it's moving freely. It's doing it. What we don't want to do is push these too far back that they're going to, bind. But luckily this thing's not on the motor, so it's mostly hand driven, so it should be fine. If it's motorized, you don't want to have it too solid because it will just not operate right. So that's that piece. Okay, so we've got a rod and a spacer. So we've got the red spacer and then a number 9 rod. There we go. So turn it upside down. Won't move any of the parts. And this slides into this part here, but you need to put the spacer in between. So when you push it in, push it halfway, hold the spacer in and push this in, wiggle it around and then push it all the way in. And try and get it halfway on each one. Okay, right, we've got more parts to put on the bottom. So another red spacer. There's those, and then 2 of these parts. And you get those little bubble thing we had before. Where is it? There we go. Same thing with a little bubble on the end. So first of all, put these together. And they slide onto that rod we just put in. They're going to go on the end here, so put them on first. So we're going to go on want it so it's facing this way for now. This does spin, so make sure I keep it up that way for the moment. Like I say, evenly spaced. If we put stuff on it, tries to push it, so I want to make sure that's evenly spaced out, which it is. And then on this end, we're going to put the spacer on it. Okay, and then on these two, we're going to put two more bobbles, because that's the bottom of those controllers. So those are going to have linkages on, so this will operate something. Yeah, so like that. And there's the linkages. They are with the right ones. And you've got these linkages that will clip onto these. So no matter which one you operate, you move up and down, but also allow it to operate up and down, but also if you operate sideways, they will move around. So that's how that system works. Next, we need two large black ones. They're like the white one, but they're black coloured. Like the white, but they're black. We need two of those. So turn it over, and they're going to go into these here. So these are like the. They don't go all the way in because these are basically like the little control things. So the seats are sit beside, and this is where you operate. So you move these around to operate it. So these will operate the pitch on the props to make it go left and right and back and forward. That's what this one's for. Okay, then I've got a red 12. This is a very large rod. Well, I think it's not mistaken for 12. It's the biggest one, so that's fine. And then one of those little black clips. And then I've got one of the one of these. So first I'll put these together. And then it will go in this part here, and the rod will go through. I should try and get even as possible. And this will be another controller that sits at the back, so what this one will do, this will raise and lower the prop, so that's what these, so that's the controls of the prop system. So I need two blue clips of this small one. Then I need a black clip. Then I need one of these clips here. 5 grey. And then I need 5 more of these. And then 2 of these with 3 holes in it. So first I've got to put these together. So it needs to be the 5 rod in one end, and then to make one piece. And then put clips in here. So the black one will go in the center hole. And the blue one will go in the end here. Then put on this part with the clip on the end, so it goes in the center hole and then it's clipped on there. Then rotate it so it's facing upwards, and then these two go together, and it goes on. When it slides on, it's keyed, and it's going to go that direction. And then it clips onto this body part. So see now. So the clip would go into this hole here, and then that one go into that hole, and then that goes in the top hole. No, up here, sorry. That one goes into the upper hole. So it's flush there, and then they are going to stick out that side. Yep, and the next one is you just got to put the other side on. Same parts, but it's going to be the opposite way round without the longer pole this time. So we've got the 5 there. Two of the logo, 3 holes in it, a long red clip, and a small blue clip. So let's not use the blue clip, so these two together, hold with the blue clip holding it on. Put these together. Then in the center you need the red one. Push it all the way in. And then put this one on, and it is the last hole going on. So you got 2 there. So that's along that side, and then that goes on this side. So I'm going to go that way along here, and the blue one like before goes in the bottom hole. So that goes. Yeah, something that looks like this so far. And next you need 2 small black cogs, sorry, dark grey cogs, so they look like this. And they're going to be a gearing system, so one's going to go into this rod, and then one's going to go into this top rod. Okay. Make sure they're not too flush on the end, so that the those are binding pretty badly. So let's see, can I? There you go. Oh, that's pretty tough on that top one. Yeah, it's a problem with that design there. With the double in, it's very stiff to turn, and this is part of a gearing system. So that's a bit tight tolerance on the top there, but it will work. Just be a bit stiff. It's not going to it, but it will work. Yeah, here you go. Still works fine. So we gear there, put something else I did here later on. So when you operate this, it's going to operate this part here. Okay, so we need a number 7 of this one. So rotate it, we're facing the back, and it's going to clip straight into these here. And the blue one goes in the 3rd hole down. And this one goes into the bottom hole. So this part will move up down. So that's keeping it secure. So this part is going to go to part of the rotor system at the top. And this would be the other side of it. Or whatever way around it's going to go, but all these work together. Okay, so we need another white long one and one of those really clippy parts. So got one of those, and then you got a white long one. So let me find it. White long one. So it goes that way, and then the white one goes in like this. And it's going to clip onto this one, so it's going to face up there and straight on the top. Sorry, clip. It's going to be like that, but. And then the next one is number 7. Number 7. So that will clip onto this bottom one. So that bottom clip goes onto the bottom clip, and then this rotates and fits us onto that clip there. So you can see that moves together now. And something else is going to add to the back of it. So I've got 2 large blue clips, 2 small blue clips, and then 2 large black ones like the white ones, but they're black. Number 5 of the little clip here. And you've got this weird square thing. It looks like a cross and blows away. And then 2 of the 2 of these. So I've got to build it on the bottom here. So what I've got to do is get one of these and put both of the black things in the ends. And then put this on the bottom to make one large piece. Then 2 clips in the end, both the long parts going in. Come on, get in it. And then on the top is the little grey block, dead center. We'll get around to get it in. Then that goes straight on, and it's the Mr. Top hole and it's the 2 bottom holes straight up. And then on the top of that block we put in is the clips on this part here. And that goes on the back here, and it's going to go onto this rail here and the 2 bottom holes. So the 2 blue ones go into the after this hole are these 2 here, with the clip facing up. Okay, the rod system going in, so I'm going to need another one of these units here. And these 2 small linkages here, and then we've got a red stopper, and then a little, what's that part of one of these? Large red clip. And the number 11 rod. So number 11 rod, so that'd be so first we'll get this part here, put this in one end, the red one, and then put these on the end facing out. And then that'll be the rod that goes on. Put it on. It's a bit tough if you've got 2 on, you can use a table that's to push it down. So roughly about that left, because that allows a block to go on, or something to go onto it. And then this part goes on to this part here. And I've got a space left. Where's that go? Ah, it goes up here. I can see it now. So it goes on this side to make the space there, and then it goes sliding in. So that slides in to which hole? This hole above the gear. Go in that direction. Yep. So it goes there, and that's sticking out that way. More clips to go on. So I've got another one of these here. Then we've got 3 of the grey small ones, like the black ones, but we're using the grey ones. Then I've got 1 of the small ones here. And then the number 5 red, which is this one. And then you need number 7. So first of all, what we're going to do is put clips into this one. So you need 2 of the grey clips, and then 1 each end alternating, so 1 in that direction, and then 1 this direction. And then on this side, you put the grey one on the last one. And then on here, you put clips, so the blue one goes on the end. Miss a hole, and then you've got the grey one. And then it go up that direction, and on this one, you just put this. So you've got this sort of weird linkage system. Then rotate it so you're on the other side, and it's going to go that way with that. Make sure that's sticking up, and that goes on to this grey one here. So make sure these are level, because that's how this makes this work, and then make sure that's straight. Yeah, so make sure when you're putting this on, because this is part of this linkage, that these linkages are straight up. With that straight up, because this is what makes that linkage operate. See, so you just make sure that is level and like that, so they will operate the unit correctly. Like I say, that is pulling this up and down. And then so another piece is going to go here, and it needs to be level with this part. So make sure that's right. Yep. So this is the other side going on. So it's a large clip and a 3 like this, and then you need the one of these. So first of all, put that facing that way with the clip missing here. Then it goes. So this part goes down here. So that slides on and keeps these together. And this is an important part here. So what it's saying here is that make sure, because this part moves, it's the same level as this part. So when you put it on, that needs to be level here. When you slide this on, it needs to be so that way they work together, and that goes into there. I'll show you now. So when it goes on, see these are the same position because they move together. Looks like we're adding seats. So put this to one side. So I need a large blue clip, small black clip. Then I need a little double brown black grey one, like the black one. That's grey. Basically put a clip in each end, so one needs the short end in, and then the other needs the black one. Then you're going to get a large L. It's dark grey. It's got 3 holes there, and then a few at the top. Place it that way and put it on, so the blue one goes in this first one. Then you need another one of those large L's and a large blue clip, and the large one goes on this side. So make a big one there, and then the blue clip will go down here alongside to link these two together. Then you need 2 small black clips, and then you need 2 of these, so it's a darker grey with 2 holes in. So put them together. And then put this on the top. So like this, and then that goes up here. It's just like through center of hole here. So it goes on, it's all flush. And then after that we need a small black clip and then a locking clip, that one that type, and then you need a large one of these. So that goes upside down. This goes into the bottom hole, but halfway in, and then the other black clip goes on the opposite side. And then that attaches to this blue one, so that hole's not being used. So it's like, so it looks like this for now. And then attach it to this part here. So it's going to go on this side, and I think this black one goes into that hole there. So slide the seat in. So it looks like that for the moment. So the support's going in and then it clips in. So with this you need, that's the little part, one of these, and then one of these black ones with the two parts to it, and then one of these. So put this into the bottom here, don't push it all the way in, and then attach this part with it, the hole facing up, and it goes down here. So what I can see is that goes into that part, so that slides onto there, and then that locks into that part to keep this seat from moving. So that goes and locks in, so that's now locked into the back area. Next, need a blue cog. There's two of them. It's a dark blue one about this size, so it's bigger than that dark grey one, and that attaches to this part here. Because remember, that's that cog on that side, so you need to just slide it on there. There'll be another one up here probably off something else, but that's what it wants there. And looks like we're adding the other seat now. So it's the same process, but it's opposite way round. So one large blue clip, one small black clip, and that grey, dark grey piece. It's starting to get easier to find the bars now, that's getting less and less. So as before, black clip, blue short end in the dark piece, so it's going that way. Then another dark L piece to attach to this end, and then a large blue clip to keep it all together, like we did on the other one. Then we need two small black clips, and then two of the small grey clips with two holes in it. Where's the other one? As before, put them together. And then that goes on the top here. And then, as before, we've got the little thing on the side, so that is a small black clip, and then that little locker clip, and then that long piece we did before. This face on the opposite way around, so this one goes into this bottom half all the way in. And then the top is the opposite way around, the clip. As before, that goes down here. Rotate the model here, and it goes into the opposite side. So slide the seat in and then clip it in. And then we just got to put this locker down here. So it's one of those clips there, and then the little black clip there, and then the little red clip. As before, put these together, so one then goes in there, and then that goes into top facing up. then that goes under here, so it slides onto that part, and then you push this in to lock them together. So that's the seat in place. You see that allows you to access the back area. So that's in place, then that will allow you to access the winches at the moment, and then that's the ones that are for the other area. Okay, so next then we've got to add more poles. So this one just needs one of these and a large grey, so that'll go straight together. And that attaches to that, so this will go straight on the end here. So you've got this one, there'll be one for each. So where the copter works is both the co-pilot and co-pilot can operate these. That's why they like this. Also makes it easier for you to access it further out this part. Okay, got more stuff to put on the top area here. You've got this weird sort of gearing system. It's like so that two of them can operate together. And then you've got one of these parts here, large grey adapter. Then two of the large clips here, and then a white one. So first of all, put the white one on this part, then fix the little unit there with the adapter, and on each of these will be these to make a large clip. Then that connects to this part here. Okay, that's going to be adding support on the top end and another gearing system. So you need another one of these, two small black clips, a small blue clip. You need one of these sort of like adapter things, and a long right angle piece here. So turn it this way, and then on this side is the black clip on the bottom, then the blue one, and then on this side is a black clip. And these go together with a small part going in that side, and then it slides into this area here. And then that connects the blue part, and the black part connects to these two holes here. And then the red one goes on that end there. So you just put the red one on, so that's the longest part. And then these two go in. And then just make sure when you put these in, that clips in, so you can see when you operate this, it's going to operate these two gears that stand out, and they're going to operate the gearing system. And there's going to be one on this side. Yep, same thing, but it's on the opposite side. It's the same parts. One of these ones, blue and small black clips, and then that gear was the same way, but it's on the opposite way, so they're going to be the clips on this side this time. And then a black clip on the back end that we had before. Then put these two parts together with the small one going into the gear system. And it goes into this hole here that we did with the other one. As before, it then clips in the same position as the other one, so the one goes up the top. And then these two go in the side, and that goes underneath that one. So when you turn this, see the gears are alternating. That's how it is designed to do. So it allows you to. So this one will probably operate the side pitch, and then these ones under here will operate this direction. That's what I'm guessing. Let's see if I can figure out what they're doing with it. Okay, right. Some more supports going on the top. So, got a big red L. And then you got one of these adapters here. 4 red ones. And then that large grey adapter. And a black clip. So first of all, put these in to make one large rod. Then on one end, you're going to put this on. And then down here will be the clip. And then the L goes on, it goes up that way. With that rod going in the top hole. And then it goes on. So this clip will go into this bottom clip here, and then the red clip will go into the second hole, and then that will go in the hole. So it goes straight like this. Make sure that sits behind. Like I say before, these clips are a bit of a nuisance. So they sit in. So that'll rest on there at the moment. And then the digital top part will fit. Oops, that's one far too big. Yeah, that's one too far back there. Yeah, that red clip's supposed to be still visible. Hang on a sec, yeah. That's one too far back. Let's have a what done. Oh yeah, the black one goes in the bottom one, so push it one forward. Yeah, something's going to go here, so make sure that's, come on. There you go, yeah, so the black one's on the end, and then the red one's there, because there's something there, it's going to drop down. Okay, I got that one, and then, okay, so this is things start coming down the bottom. So with that, I need 2 of these red ones here, 3 of these ones, 2 grey small clips, 1 large blue clip. Then I need the number 5 rod there. So I also put a rod into one of these, into the fixed one, and then slide on one of the 3s here, and then put the blue clip here for the short end in. Then put this on. It goes on, it goes into that clip and all the way down. Then put the red one on. Then put the other black one on, so got something like that, and then a clip on each end. And that attaches to this part here with this clip. So that'll go down there, and so will go down here later on. And you've just got to put the other side on there, so you need one of these, the red L and a black clip. So on the opposite side, so the red clip goes on that side, and then this part goes in with that facing up, and then attaches to this side. So it clicks onto that pole, slides in the top, and then the other clips are hold in. Like I say, you've got to wiggle this around to get this in, because it's going to be a pain at times. There you go. Oops, that's popped out. Need to put in, and there we go. there's something else that's going on the back. So with this, I need a 2 number 3 yellows, and then 2 number 4s. The adapters, 2 small grey spacers, and then 2 of these. So first of all, what we'll do is put the yellow into the adapter, and then these go on the end, so they're facing the same way. Then put in the red, and then slide the adapters onto those. So that looks like this, and then turn it at the back, and it's going to slide to the back here, so it goes into these 2 holes like that. So it just slides it back in, and that's why you got the spacer, so it knows when to stop. More parts going to the back here, so I need a number 9 white. That's the only one I've got left. Yep. And number 5 light grey. 2 black clips, got the small ones, and then you got 2 of those white clips there, and then you got this weird angle piece. So we've got clips on both sides here. You need 2 of those. So first of all, we've got to put these on the white end, so they're going to go on each of the white end. So they're going to come in with on the end of those sticking out the side on both sides. And then the black clips are going to go each of the white part here, which go into these 2 parts. So the white part will go in, so that faces out the back part. And then this grey part goes on the top on each of the hole. Then rotate it facing upwards, facing up, and then it's going to go here. So it's going to clip onto these 2 clips, and it's basically the 2 inner white ones here, with the grey one facing out. Okay, so we've got another thing to add, so put that to one side. So you've got this thing with a more joint on the top, a little red holder, so make sure this part's facing down, and this goes into the top hole here, but don't push all the way through yet, because I think something's going to come in here later on. Yep. Then you need one of these parts, so slide it in with that facing down, and then you push this in to lock that into place. So that's what these are designed to do, hold things in there. Then you need a number 7 yellow. And then you need one of these. And then the top right is showing which direction it's just saying you must make sure this is pointing down, not up. So it needs to be down. So when you put this in, so the number 7 rod goes into this, and this faces up. You push it all the way on. So that needs to face down that way. And you've got the 2 smaller ones here, and then you've got those 2 grey, light grey with 2 holes in it. Where was those? Oh no, it's dark grey. These. First we need one that has one of these on each alternate end. And when that bit facing down, it will slide into the top here with that poking that way, and then this will go on to keep it from moving. And we've got some more parts to add on. So first of all, I need what is number 5 red one, so number 7 red. 2 of these, and then 1 large clip. So what it goes is, first of all, you put this into one end with a short end in, and then fit the red one in, which is the second hole in, and then put this on the end. And then slide the rod through, and it should be enough, so it's try and get it level in the center. And then that go in there, and then that will lock that in, so it's in the last hole there. And then pushes in to lock that in place. And then, so it's like that. And then you've got to do it, you need to rotate that so that's fitting at the top. So those are, that's on its own, that flips over the top there, and that sits at the top. And it's going to go that way. And there's a couple pointers here. So this clip, make sure it's right, yep, goes into this end hole on. So first of all, I'll put this in. So this rod goes into the middle hole here of the grey block, so that slides in there. And then, yep, this goes into the end hole. Sorry, that's sort of like this so far. More support stuff to put on, so see now. Yep, so number 7 of this. Then you got what needs to put into it. A small blue clip, 2 cream ones, look like the blue one. And then you've got one of these to go onto it, and then one of these. So first of all, we need the 2 cream ones on this, so it faces that way. So one goes in this way, and then one goes into the top part on the opposite way around. So you've got the clips on each end. Then this one goes on the top one, and the blue clip goes in. And then this part hangs down, and then this goes on here. So you've got something that looks like this type of design. It's going to go on here, so rotate this is facing this way, and they've got key points to put in. So let's have a look. This part goes on to this part here, and then this goes in through the hole here. It needs to go into the 2, 3, 4, 5th hole. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically, missed the first hole. It's in that hole, so it's going to go like that. Make sure that's down like that, and then that goes up like that. Okay, right. So that goes down like that, then that bracket goes up, and that's flush with that. So when these move, you can see that's moving that part there. There'd be another one on this side, and then this. So that's been moved by this, and then up and down, move that up and down, and then the one at the back will operate this one. So that's the support bracket's been added. So I've got a small wall with the L and the light grey clip. Where is it? Okay, so this goes on first, so it's going to go onto this part, support this. No, that's wrong. No. Because that's okay. Oh, this part is right. So when it goes on, that goes in the bottom there, and that goes on the top there. So that keeps supporting that. The move and the clip goes into that second hole down. And you've got a little max spacer and a 5 there. So that would go. So it goes down here first. So the top one goes into that hole, and then the bottom one goes into that bottom one. So it keeps these together. These are the linkages to operate that unit. So one goes in there, and that goes into the top. And then the spacer goes on afterwards. Then next one is a gear. So I like blue one, bigger one, and it's going to go straight onto this one to link this cog on. So line it up, push it on, but don't push it all the way on, so it's going to bind. So okay, yep. It looks complicated, but that's how they designed it. And then I've got to put on the other side. So this is the same there, so I'm going to have to rotate this first, and it's going to go on this same side here. So you need number 7 of this, and then you need one of these. And then you need one of these, and then one of these. 2 green clips, and then a blue one. So it's the same way, but going the opposite way. So that's going to go around that way this time, and then that's going to go into the top here, and then that's going to go into the bottom here. Then I'm going to put the clip here. Then I'm going to put this here. Okay, and then this goes on the bottom, and then this goes on the top here, and that's going to go on this side. So same as we did before. So I'm going to go into that hole here for this one. Just align to this one. That goes down beside that, and then that goes onto this part here. So it's at the same side as to that side. So when you operate it, it's going to alternate them to different directions. You just got to put the support on that side. So it's a grey clip and the L. So that's going to go to these like before on the bottom, and then on that side to support it. And the clip goes one down. Then next we need a 5 on that one and the spacer like we did before, and that's going to go onto these 2 ends, so top and bottom. Then the spacer on the bottom. Okay, next one is some parts going on to the front part here. So need two of these there, two little small red ones, two large clips here. Then I got two of these. So I'm going to build this twice. So first of all, put these together. Then this slides on to the side. And do the same again, so it's two of them. And they're going to go in the bottom here, but don't push them all the way in. So that's going to go in that direction, but push it in once. And the same on this side is going in the opposite direction. So they're going to face in, but don't go in yet because it's going to go over here later on and they're going to lock in. And next we're going to put clips in, so two small black ones and then two of the locker ones. So the lock ones are going into this hole here and this hole here. Don't push all the way in, just halfway in. And then the smaller clips go in the end holes here. And then this is going to be attaching to the body, and that's what those clips are. So screws a bit because I've got rubber feet. So that's going to drop down there, and the locks are going to go into these white areas here. So I need to get the right one. So it's on here, and it's dead center. So lightly place this on. So the way it works is so you may have to angle that in so that is under that white part there. You may have to push it in there. And this is now resting on this, and it's this one here. So when you push this down, it'll lock that into place. You may have to hold underneath, and then do the same on the opposite side. That's now attached to the main body. And the next one is to put the side locks in. So it's these ones here, and there is so in here there's those two locks we had earlier on. So that when you push these in, they're going to lock into that bottom area up there. So that's why you need to wheel it around, because there's a little latch we put in there on each side. Just push it in and they'll lock in. Yeah, just wheel it around because it's like that. So there you go, then they get pushed further in now. So that's now firmly locked onto the body. So more stuff added to the front. So basically what happens is this will get in and then that will go like that to attach that later on when you've got all the internals added. But that's most of the complicated part. There's more to add later on to the top because we've got to put the engine part on. But for now, that's what this is. So that's what the front end's going on here. So you'd have black 5, 2 red studs, 2 of those white little clip things there, and then 3 black studs, and then one of these here. Spacer. So first of all, got to put two black studs on the bottom here, sorry, lockers, so they're going to be missing the two end ones and down the bottom. And then one clip at the top with the spacer. And then you put a little red stud on each of these, and they're going to go on each side here, facing the stud out. So it's facing that direction. And that goes into these two holes here. So you have something like this. So those are still exposed, but that clips onto that part. Okay, looks like now we added some fenders on the front here. So we've got one of these here with a clip and one of these. So first of all, put that way, so that hole there, that's on the top, and then the clip on the side. Then you need two of these with the one hole in it, and then they're going to go into the other side and facing down. And then the next one is a long black clip here, and that goes all the way into the bottom one here. Then after that we need a black clip and one of these, so that goes onto this part here with the hole facing up, and then the clip goes in. Okay, so this is all a fender going in, so just a fender, and these have numbers on them. So when I was doing the snowblower area, they have numbers. It sits down the bottom here. So this says number 4, and this says number 3, and that's what's showing the diagram. It says what number 3, so someone wants this one here. And then there's stickers, and he's number 27. So it is this one down here. Stick it on this side. There you go, and then that goes onto this part. So goes around that direction and clips onto this clip on the bottom part of it. And that sticks there, and that sticks into that middle hole there. And after that, you need one of these 3 ones, and it's going to go on here on the end one. It's facing that direction. Then I need a large red clip with one of these ones. So first of all, put that into the top. And it's going to go into that hole there, so that these two are flush together. So push this all the way in. It's going to go through 2 items. Well, it's 1 item, but it's the wrong one. Not the top one, because it's still stop. It is the bottom hole, because there's a stopper on the top of that one. But when it goes in, yeah, that goes through that part, and these two are flush together. See, so turn it around. So you've got a fender here, and that goes on to right. Goes onto this red pole here, and that's why you got this double here. Go straight on, just put it on. So that's that part there. Looks like we're doing the opposite side now. Same way, but it's going to go alternate way. Same parts of force. You've got this one, put this together. Just around that way this time, and then as before, you got the whole way, face them down. Then I've got most parts linked together. Then you've got this one which goes in the bottom. Then the other two, which is this one on the top hole here, and then the clip. And you need the other thing, so this is number 4, and you need sticker number 25. So basically, this is one side, this is the other side, so you want this one up top here. Yeah, so there's that one there, and then there's a 4 that goes that way. That's right, so yeah, that's right, yeah, so that clips into that part. That was a 4, and then you need this one to go on the top with the clip. So that clip on the top here, and then this on the top. And then the large red clip and one of these, put these together. And it goes into this bottom hole here. And same thing onto this red area here with this here. Wiggle it around because you've got 2 parts on. There you go, so there's the 2 bump areas here. Okay, there's some additional stuff coming onto here now, so I need 2 of these 3 ones here, and then 2 spaces, and they're white colored this time, not the black ones, so you need the white ones. So the white spaces go onto these yellow pegs here, they just slide on. And these 2 are going to go onto these 2 here, so basically secure this into place. There's 2 here and 2 here. So that way that locks that in place. It's on both sides. And then it's got some angle pieces going on. So these are number 3. So these are labeled. So that's a 5. You want an angle 3. Yep, I need 2 of those. And then 2 small blue clips. So put that into one end. And they're going to go on here, and there's a little shadow of a finger, basically saying, put your finger on here when you put this on, because otherwise it may push through. So put your finger in when you're doing that, to prevent that from moving, because those are there to hold these parts on. And they've got some flexible pieces here. Where are those? So you've got this sort of side bits, that sturdy stuff, and they go into here, and that's what these little studs are for. They're designed to hold these small things together, because they would just go straight through the hole. So it goes through that and straight there, and then stops. And then there's the one on the other side. Okay, so we're starting to secure the front part, so you need a sort of locking clip here. So the way it works is you need to flip this over so that's going, that goes between there. Now we'll stick it up, and this locks into the it locks into the top hole. So you push it up, and while you're doing that, you've got to put this lock in so it goes into the top hole before this part, and all the way through. So it locks in. So that locked in place, see? So that's now locked in, and you can see the lower one in there still, so that's the right way. So we could add some more area up here probably. So it's a number 2 of this one. So this is number 1. It's number 2. And 2 clips. So turn that way into those 2 holes. And then the other 2 are going to go here. So it's going to be 1 small and 1 large. So it's the black and the red one. And it's the long one there, put the short part in, and then the blue black one in there. And then you need this to increase the range here, so it's just straight on. Then you need another one with little red studs here, and then one of these on. So that goes one end of the blue there, and then the stud goes in the other one here. And then this with locking one. So it goes, there's no stud on there, so it goes straight to narrow, and it goes into this center hole. Okay, there we go, add more parts to the end of it. So we need a number 3 rod, 2 of these, a black spacer, and a black clip. So I'll stick this onto here, and then the spacer goes onto it, and then the rod goes in, round about in the middle. And then this one goes on the end, so it makes a double one on the end. So you have something like that. And then that clips onto this part here. And then that goes on this as the cover here, so it goes that way. And there are 2 holes on the other side here, so that's the only place you can go on this, but it's on the opposite side. Oh boy, I'll show you there now. So that's making that upper area there. And so we're now doing this side, it's the same thing. So you've got number 1, 2 black clips. So on this side, and there's 4, the blue and the black clips. So the blue one with the short end on the end, and then the black one in the middle. And put the adapter here to make it larger. And then as before, we've got this part to go on to the blue clip, and then a little stud on the other end. And then that long rodded part in the center to secure it all together. Make sure it doesn't move out. Okay, and then these other bits go on. So as before, we need 2 of these, a number 3 rod, spacer, and a black clip. We'll do over there. So that goes on there to clip one end, and then the spacer goes onto it. then the rod goes in, and then it goes on this side, and then that goes on this side this time. And it goes here on this side. So this part is basically the main panel console, so it's going to go on here. That's what those going on here. That's what those little clips are for also. So they allow you to click these type of things on. That's why they're there. So you need two of these flat ones here. You need a long one, and then you've got a long studded one and two small ones. That's the only ones that are here. So first of all, put a long one in the center, and then these go on each end, and then the two ones fill those gaps up there. And then stickers have got along the top here, so we need number 22, 13, 21. 22 is this one. That goes into this square. And then 13 is this one in the center. And that goes into the center. And then number 21 is this one. This goes into the other square. And then that clips on to this area here. So it just goes straight on like so. And you will have to just position it and just clip it on. So you can now see there's the instrument panel on there. And that part's put in there, and I think these are doors are going on. Yeah, big doors going here, so yeah, that's what you're doing now. So you've got this large rectangle thingy. And two back clips. So they're going to go onto this side and the two top holes. And then a number 5, one of those is going to go on the top here. I'm using the top hole. Hang on, see if it make sure it's right. No, it's going to go on this one down because when it goes on, it makes it very. Yeah, it needs to be flush up here. So that's right. Or does it need to go one down? It's not very clear what it's doing. I'm not sure. Well, I find out that if it's in the wrong position because when you try to put something on, it may not fit. So what I do now, I'll just put it. Oops, do I? I put it there, so it's like one hole there, one hole there. So I think it's like that. Oh, it is there because here now a clip goes to the top there. If I put it down, it wouldn't fit in there. I can see now where the other clip is. I've got to put that clip in now, and one goes up here, so it wouldn't fit if I had that. And then one in the top corner. And there's a red piece there for the top corner part. And then I need a large blue one, so that goes into this bottom corner. No, so rotate it first, and it's in this bottom corner with the long part in, but not all the way in first. Something that looks like this, and then it goes. Oh no, it's not the door here, it's the back area covering this. Slides on it, and it's going to take these two. The large one's going to go there. The red, yeah, so that's going to go there. It's going to go there. and then this clip goes into these two part holes. So you've got something that's like this, and then two locking ones. We need one locking one. So already one here, so push that down. It goes into this white bit, and that go in here and it links into the grey bit behind it. So this is starting to cover the areas at the back. And there's additional stuff going here. So I've got one of these red ones, one black click and one black click and one blue. So the black click in the center, and then the blue in there, just hanging up. From where it goes on here, you put it on first, with that one facing up, and then pushes down to lock it. And then something else will go here. So there it is. So one of these, one of these, one of these. So they're separate items. So this one goes here, but not all the way in, just halfway in, and that goes on here, straight in the center here. That facing that way, and then this part goes here, with it facing that way. On that red stud there. Okay, and then we've got to put something on the top here. So we've got a red L, two of these here, two large, and one small blue locker. So first we'll get the L here, and then one of these goes in the end, and then a large one goes in the top here with a small part in, and then these two go on the top in the center, so each of these go into the missing the first two holes here. Oh boy, let's look at that. In the top there. And then this one goes in up that way, so it goes up there but going up, and it goes all the way in. And that goes at the top here, so where it goes in, you turn it around, so both these clips go down and they go into, so you missed the first hole, it's in these two holes up here. That one will push up, but you need to push it down, so that's going along that side like that. Huh. That's why that tried to push up, because I had it backwards. Yes. Easy fix. Otherwise, that's why I tried pushing up. It doesn't matter which way, but there you go. I spotted that just now. Okay, and now we've got to do the opposite side. So that's the same thing on this side. Same parts, one of these, two clips. So on this side this time. And then the grey one, black one, so it's one up. And two black clips. So one is in the top corner here. One in the top corner up there. And the red one goes on the top. Rotate it so that way, and then put the little locker one down there, not all the way in. Turn the model around, so I've got the other side. In the same position, it's over here. So it goes that way. Those two go into the holes before, and then the clips go on this side. And then as before, push this in, and put the locker in that one. And then you've got to put that part in there. So it's one of the red ones, one large blue, one small black. Black in the middle. Clip this on. Well, hang on for a sec. Put the long end in for the blue. Clip this in and then push the blue one in. Then on that, put the black one on there, since there isn't anything else on this side. And then you've got to put this upper area here. So you need the L, these small and large clips. So is that really round? The clip in the corner here is before the short end, and then the other one down the front here. And then these go on top in the second holes. Then rotate it so it's that way, and then the other clip goes up here. And that goes into this part before, so you missed the first hole in the second hole here. So let's go around that. And there's two parts going to go on the side. So you need these black locker ones and then two of these. Before it goes in the top to one, not all the way in just yet. And when they go in, well, first of all, it says that's got to go like that. But so go there ready. They're still falling top at the part in. And this goes on the top here. So this slides onto here. And then that goes into lock it in. And it's the same on the other side. That goes in and then push that. Oops, I put that one further in. That's why I missed the hole. That's why that needs to be one in, so that this can lock in. It just went straight through, so I put that one further back when I took it off. There you go. We'll like that for a minute, because like I say, something's going to go through there later on. Yep. So you need this flexible thing came out of the kit, so it's going to go all the way around here. So it's going to fit into this hole and lock these together. So feed that through the center part first. Just make it tilt with the frame, and then say one goes in there, so just push it in until it stops. It's a rubber end, so and then the same on this side. Looks like the doors have been added on. So you need a rod, small blue, and there's angle number 5. So put the rod in one end and the clip in the other. And then you need a larger spacer. So it's like this, it's a double one. And then one of these. So this goes on one end, so that's spacing down like that. And then the spacer goes onto this clip. And a smaller spacer and one of these that will go, spacer goes on there and another one of these on the top. You need two large, these are two large red and that, and then two adapters. So put the small and large part together. And then put a large one up the top here, so they put the links there. Sure, they're down the bottom. And you need 2.5 of these, and they're going straight to the bottom. So it's going to go on the end one here first. So the first one and the third hole, you have to hold them in because they do move around. And then you can put the other one on. The next part is some stickers. So I've got 10 and 17. So which one of those? On here. So it's these two here. So 10's a very small one, and that goes at the top here, that direction, because that's the handle. Then that's like a small window or something, and that goes down the bottom here. And that clips onto, so it's on this side, so rotate it, and this part clips onto here. So you can see you've got an operating, so the doors at the front operate. And now we've got to do the other side. So it's the same parts. Turn around ready. So almost done with this one. So we've got a small blue, 4 there, and the 5. So that's the 4. Put the mini at each side. Then slide this on the top with it facing down. Then put the larger spacer on the bottom. Then you get the smaller spacer, slide it on, and then put the other part here on. So 4, you need 2 of these. 2 of these, 2 of these, and then 2 of these, and then put these all together. And then they go on to the bottom here. And then they clip on the bottom, so like before, the back one there, and the third in. Same with the top. There's the other door. Just put the stickers on, which is number 12 and 9, these two here. So number 9 goes up here. And then number 12. And then that clips onto this side. So there's the doors there. Okay, and that's parts number 2. I've only got 2 spaces, but that's fine. So I've got to do the next parts now, which is part 3. So what I'll do, get those bags up here ready. Got 3 bags here, and I also need the rotor, because the third part is going to be now, it's going to be building mainly the engine area here and adding the motor to the system. Like I say, part 3 is that. Part 4 would be the tail area, and 5 is just the small bits. So I'm just going to get something quickly, and then I'll finish doing this. Right, just got a couple of things. So, sort it out. Sorry about that. So, just going to finish doing this. So, we're back 3 at the moment, and we're on step 267. So, you're nearly halfway through, but like I say, a lot of these are smaller parts going in, and like I say, this is going to be the main ego to operate the basically put the engine compartment in and also add the struts to for the rotors. That's why there's that's why you need the motor. So I've got 3 bags here. There'll be more inside it as normal. Like I say, you can see it, there's a lot of gears. So all these gears are going to be operating all different areas because remember it's got to operate the bitch and everything else, but also the gears for the landing and also the main rotor itself, and there'll also be one going out the back for the tail one. So this is where most of the parts start to add in, which probably end up in most of this area here. This bag, like I say, has a lot of the main support there through rods and everything else, but a lot of gears. The other bag contains basically larger parts, more larger gears, an additional smaller bags like they normally put into these. Smaller clip bags. And this is going to be a bag of a bag. This is more larger parts. Oh no, you don't, you're not going to fall off. And some more. So these are larger parts here, larger gears stuff in there. More linkage bags. These old small gears and links like we had before, all different colour to represent the same different areas. Oh, so maybe I didn't drop any. Where'd that go? Oh, there it is. Excuse me. So got that one there, and then we've got the rest of them here. So these are mainly main linkers. Well, it is, I think, a lot of connectors still for it, but like I said, these are going to link up the parts together. Okay. Yeah, so the first part we're building is the entire upper area. So it's all the engine part, engineering, gearing, motor, and all that lot. That's what I can see in this picture. Okay, so let's get this on. So we need another one of these, 2, 4, number 9 of one of these, and one of these things. So that goes in the end of the hole facing up. And next there we need a number 4 rod, which is one with the end to it. It's one of these. And that slides into the second hole from this hole, and it goes into this end. And you need one of these. Start a black one, but there's a red one, and it slides onto this. Then I need a number 5 grey. One of these ones, and one of these ones here. So first it pushes into it, stops, and then it slides in to this hole and keeps these bar parts together. Put that to one side for the moment, so we don't need it, because we'll build the thing for it. Okay, there's some clips going on, so got a locking clip and a red clip. So the large red and the locker. So first of all, put this into the end, all the way through. And then this goes on the end to make basically two clips there. Then we need two small of these dark ones here with a little single hole, and then another 5. No, not that one. Light gray 5. And basically put these together to make one large block. And it's going down here, so the bar slides through here and then clips in the center. And then we've got a rotating thing coming on, so we've got one large clip, and then you've got this turntable thing. So there's two parts, but also we'll put the two together. And that's it, so it rotates. And then one of the grey ones is this red clip goes away in, and then that goes down here. So the red clip goes in the hole beside here, and then this just slides onto the other shaft. So that keeps that in place. And then we simply put the other side on. So that's a number 9 light and dark grey. It just clips on all of these to hold it in place. And then two of these go on this end. And then two things are going to come on the end here. So it's two small clips where they are in this one. And then I need two of these. So four, put one on each end. And then they're going to go on each end of this, the hole facing up. And then you need a large white clip and a large, which one would that be? All color coded, so you need to get the right one. So yeah, it's the this black one, and it's ratioed on that. So that's about that. Yep. So this goes into this hole here, and that goes onto this here. So that way it makes this thing rotate. And I've got another thing to add, so I've got to build this other separate part. So it's a number 3 rod. And then it's got two of these. Let's put these together. And then on this end you've got two of these white parts here, so it's facing the other way. And then a number 5 rod, where is that? Up here, with one of these. And I can see a ratio 1 to 1, so one should put in a certain position. So it's basically dead center, basically. So basically dead center. And that goes on the end here. Because a part of it stick out there. That's holes at the top. Then the other two grey bits on the end. To get those together. I'm trying not to shift this, but it should be easy to adjust still. Yep, shifts it a bit, but that's easy to do. Okay, yeah, it's a bit better. And then two clips on each end, which is the two black ones. So on each end of the hole here. And that attaches to here, so it goes that way up. And it goes. At the moment, it doesn't clip into anything, so it just slides in. So that white part will go down there, just slides in for the moment. Then you need number 7 rod of the arrow. And that slides straight in to lock this part in place. And it needs to go about halfway in. Then you need a number 7 light grey, so one of these, and then 2 clips. So first I'll put the clips in, so missing the first end holes for each clip, and then turn this so it's upside down, and it's going to go into Oops, I forgot to put one of those on. How did I miss that? One moment. Oh, I see you there, right in the middle there. So I was supposed to put another one of those on the end. That'd be an easy fix. So I was supposed to put another one of those on. Which is a small, no, that's not a small clip. It's just a one of these. So it's got 2 ends because when I turn it down, that clips on both of these ends, and it's on the end holes. Okay, and I've got another part, so I put this to one side. So I need one of these large red ones, 2 like a small flat L. There we go. And it goes that direction, so put this into one end and clip them together. And then the long blue one goes straight through this hole, all the way in. Then you need 2 of these ones, and they go clip onto this red one. So one goes for the blue one, and then one goes in after. And then you need a number 7 rod, and that slides into this one here. About halfway on, it's a bit sticking up. You can adjust it later. Okay, and then more parts to add to it. So number 7 rod there, and then one of these. So that goes, that clips onto this one in the center sort of. So you're missing the 2 first ends. And then that slides on with the end one going through and the clip going in that one. What I can see, I don't think it's supposed to be sticking at the end there, so well, so I can't see at the moment. I can adjust it later on, but that's roughly ideal. Okay, so that one. Then I need one black clip, and then another one of these 11. So 6 there, and 5 there, and then that rotates to that way. That clips onto there. You want the longer part here, and it's this second hole at the top for that. So these are aligned, and the clip goes into this one, and this goes onto this model. So that goes on that side, and this goes on the top. So that yellow pole goes to the bottom, and then the 2 clips in the top. So that's all flush there. That's like that. Ah, so I've got to do the other side. So where's that part? It's got that part there, and number 7. It's not too bad. I made it right a bit, just a lot of small ED parts. So you got that 7 there. As before, clip this in, rotate it so this is facing that way, and then this clips down here. So this hangs outwards. That's in the end hole. Got that going across. And then you've got the other end to go on. So that is another one of these 11s. And where the end clip on this? So it's got an end there with a little slit on the end. And that goes on the end here, facing that way. And then let's put this on the end. So that's in the second, Mr. First hole on the second. So that flash next there, and there, a line on the back. Okay, I've got another part to add, so leave that to one side. So I need 2 8 rods of the red. No, I don't need those. They're stripping either the one side. I just almost missed the first part. I've done this for a while now, so yeah. So I've got I need a black clip and 2 long reds with the holes in them. Where are they? Got 3 holes. So first I'll put these together. So it's in the center. Then put the rods in, but not all the way through on each end. Then you've got to add another 11 here. And then the 2 long ones. And the one's going to each end of the first we'll slide on the this one with the smaller end going through, and that's in the center. Then slide these on, so one of each side with the holes facing up. Then doubling it, so you do the same process, 11, and then these. So as before, put on this block first, same position, and then put these on, following the same way. So doubling up there. And then 4 back clips. And they're going to go into each of the end of the grey holes. Well, this one basically rotates, so it's going to come up this way. Them facing this direction, and then you need and these are going to join into that one. So you need the lock in blue, and then rotate that so that's facing that way. And then when it goes on, let's make sure I get this right. Yeah, right. So when this goes on, before that clips go into these here, and it goes into the second one down on each one. And so that rests on there, and then this is where the locking one goes in, straight down here. Come on, there you go. So that sticks there, so something can clip on there and it goes through. Okay, and more parts got to be added on, so I need another one of these 11 ones, a large flat rod, number 5 rod, and then you need one of these ones, and two of the flat ones with 2 holes in it. Yeah. We've got to build it together, so put these two parts together, make sure the rod doesn't go through. So that's an easy thing to do. And then the black one goes further up this way. And then this goes on the top, on the bottom, so it clips on the bottom here, on the smaller part here, and it's on the end hole. And then this goes down the rod that way. And then that goes on the top here, so it goes, let's see, that way, slides onto this, and then the clip will clip in the middle, so that slides straight down like that, and that clips on. So we've got a couple of gearing systems to add. So you need there's a lot of these red gears, so you don't worry about which one you're after. So got one of these red gears, and a similar one, which is a little grey one. A 5.5 is basically one of these with like 5 here and a little one here. And that goes, so rotate it so it's round that way. First of all, put this gear through the large part there, and it goes straight in, and it goes through which one? Through. There's loads of holes here, so make sure I've got the right one. It's going to go through that one in the middle here, this one here, straight through there. And then on the opposite side, just slide on the other gear onto this part. And don't push it all the way on, and make sure it spins freely. It's one of those. So this is one of those specific clutch ones I said before. So a rod will sit in here, so the gear won't engage, and this thing pushes into there and engages it. So this is one of the ways it will switch the modes. Okay, I've got to build a end to it. So need 2 of these, and need that dark grey thing to one of these. So first of all, you've got to put these are each end, so that's that way, and then the parts there, and then in the middle is one of those locking clips. Where is it? Here we are. One of these in the center. Don't push all the way in, just halfway in. And that will go into this hole over here, that way. So what that's doing is actually holding, so it goes through that shaft of the gear, so that gear's sturdy, and then that pushes in the top here. You had to bit around a bit because it's hold it a bit and push it in. So you see that gear's now supported there. Then we'll put a big spacer in, so for this we need a large white one. It's like the black one, but it's a white version of it. And then a double blue, and then basically put the short end in, and that fits. So rotate again so it's upside down, and that fits into here, but you don't push it all the way in, just halfway in, so it's in that side. Push it in once, but not all the way in just yet. Looks like we've got another thing to add, so this is like, so the way this thing works is that it goes up and down, but when you spin this part, basically this part here spins to increase and decrease its range. So what you want to do is just take some of it out there. So this thing spins and makes this go up and down, but it also allows you to move around. So it wants to put some of it out, just a little length out. If it was a crucial area at this time, it would have showed a 1-to-1 ratio, but not. It just wants you to put it out slightly. And the next is a universal joint, this wiggly thing, so it gets onto the bottom here. And then our red number 4, let's put on the end of here. And then on the other end, you need a double clip of the page 1, and then a little white clip of the little spacer. So put that onto the little end, and that clips onto this side here, all the way on. And that attaches to the gearing system, so it's this way. So it's going to go that way on, and this slides through this top hole. So like this. And then you push this through and it locks into this one, so you want the far hole. And that will sit there. So when that's fixed onto the whatever this will move up and down when this thing is spun. At the moment it's not doing it because it's free wheeling, but as soon as it's attached to something, when you spin this, it will force this shaft to go up and down. So it adjusts this area. And then they've got to put a support clip on this side, so it just needs one of these. Looks like a really large stud. And then you need one of these, and then a small blue clip. So it goes on, the blue clip will go into one, and then the longer part goes into the other one next to it. So you've got something like this, and then that goes along here. So the little cream one will clip onto there, and that will clip onto there. So that there. That's why that's small, so it doesn't interfere with the for this much. You can see that allows that to go up and down with no movement, and then when you spin that, it allows that to spin. That's what that's designed for. So there's a support going on this side. So it's a small red L and a little blue clip, small L, wherever it is. There it is. So it goes that way, and then the clip on the top. And then that goes on this side, so that clips into the top here. And then that goes into the bottom hole. You need to do something 3 times. I need 3 small blue clips, and then and then 3 of these. So put the clips together in this. And then they go on different area. So one goes under here. So it's going to go on these here. So one's going to clip on this clip here with the hole facing up. And then the other 2 are going to go here, which are going to go onto the 2 upper holes here. Same thing with the hole facing up. Okay, I've got another gearing system to add. So I need another red gear and a small blue gear. And then the little grey joiner. So that's the it's here somewhere. It's just there's so many. There's a lot of small parts here to make sure you get the right one. So I want the small grey. Right, anyway, so it needs a large white that to there, number 6 black. And let's see white ones, but I see grey. Is there somewhere? It's just that there's so many small bits on this range that is finding it. Ah, I see it. Right at the top here. So first of all, I've got to slide the gear over this side. So 3 wheels, then put on the adapter here, and then the larger rod. And then on that is the blue gear. So it's one of those things where it'll freewheel on its own or rotate depending on when it's engaged. Turn it around and it's going to go into alongside this one. So it's going to go into that between those 2 holes there, and it's going to go around the other way. So it slides in this way. No, that doesn't make sense because oh no, so I was looking at that one. It's got to go around that way. So I was thinking there's no grey bits. Right, now it's right way around. I can see the blue, and it's in blue gear, and that actually clips in. So it clips in one of these holes, and it's going to clip into that black one there. So I missed the first one, and it's in the second one here. So there's one missing there. So yeah, I can see it now because it's aligning to that hole up there, and that's that other gear system there. And then just on the side, and this is our clutch system. So I think with this part here, what we put in here is one on the switches on the side. You can adjust it, and they all have the same one to operate different things. But that's basically what these gears are for. So I think that this one might be the speed, because the clutch will be there and there's two gears. Or it could be something else, but that's what so many of these clutches are for. There's a lot in here. But that's how one motor can operate it all, because you put them in all neutral, you just flick the ones you want to control. So with this one we need another red gear, one of the gear clutches. No white adapter, but not adapter, but it's got a little clip on the end. It's designed to hold this part in. White thing and a 5.5. This is grey one. One of these. As before, put the gear through this one and then put the adapter on the end. So horizontal, and then this slides onto that. So this way it allows it to. That's the. Oh, there's two sizes. Oops, let's have a look. Is it? Oh yeah. So they're the same size, but oh no, whatever. The way it works, there's a little latch there which holds against this. So every way you push it, it pushes it to direction and allows it to put it into neutral. So when you put it over, it's actually aligned, so it goes on. So when it's pushed one way, it allows that gear to engage. When you push it in the center, it's like neutral, and then you push it again, it goes into another gear. So that's what this is for. And then this rod goes in, which is the short end. And then that goes next to this gear, so it'll be the next hole up. So these gears will, and that clips in. So you can see, I'm spinning that, but the gear's not going as it's doing. If you engage that, you see the gear's now operating. That's how these work. That's how that is. It's like a clutch system. Okay, I'm going to extend the other one, so that's in another location. So one of these small grey gears. Both, I need a small cream adapter there. Small joiner adapter is the red one here. And then two small black adapters. There we are. And a number 7 rod, which is this one. So what we're doing now is mostly building the gearbox sort of system. So first I'll put this together so you get one large adapter. And then one end you put the 7, and then the other end you put the green one in. And then you slide the gear on to the yellow one. And then that clips onto the back here, so it goes one below. So let's have a look where this goes. So it's going to go into this hole next to this little thing here, so it goes straight here. But you can see how it can operate each independent ones, because one of these is going to go off to the tail where the drive is. One will operate the winch, one operates the landing, and when one operates the speed of the entire thing. So that's why you've got these so many little cogs coming into it. Here comes another one, so that is another 5.5 adapter. I need a white clip. The grey adapter, it's up here somewhere. Yep. Small grey spacer. And a small gear. So first I'll put the gear on the white adapter and the clip, then put the adapter on, then put this on with a short tie going in, and then put the spacer on. And then that gets sandwiched between these two, so it goes straight in here. So you can see that operates the majority of it. Remember, a motor is going to hit on one of these, So the motor will operate all the gears, but depending which position you put the clutches, it would tell it which way to go. So that's why these are all here. That's how you can get one motor to control it all. More gears to go on. So I've got a red one and a green one. Both clutch ones, the sizes would all tell how fast to go. So the red one will go down on this one, and the green one goes onto this end of the clutch. So you see that is touching this gear here, and this touches the other gear. So there's a number of reasons. So it depends where these outputs go, but you can see how this is working. It's got one main input, and then you've got different options to operate the different areas, and then you have one shaft which will go to the tail probably, and maybe another one somewhere up here going up. So that's how this is all working. That's why you've got so many gears in this batch. Okay, then we've got the next one. I've got two gear system to add, so I need two clutches, two red gears, two clutch holders, and then two white adapters. Well, I see these. So it's doing it twice. So what you need to do is slide this through, then put on the clutch holder, and then insert the clutch. It's key, so it only goes one way, and then do the same again. So huh? I ran into this one before. What the? Sorry, I had this one before. I thought it was a faulty one, but it could be. There we go. Okay, figured it out. Got it in. It's keyed a certain way, so there you go. If you don't force it on, keep turning it around until it locks on. Okay, so these go onto these here, so they engage these gears. So what I can figure out is I think this is their side where the speed is operating by the main thing, and then these two are the ones to operate which way the motor goes. Because when I look at the actual thing, one of these operates the winch, one operates the landing, and then you've got one that operates the actual the prop itself. That's where you've got these various gears here, and then one of these will be the drive for the motor itself. One would be the connection to the tail one because that needs to run, and then there'll be one more here, which would go to the up to the prop itself. So that's a lot. That's what these are for. Okay. So I've been building the frame to hold it all together in a minute. Yeah, yeah. So I've got another gear system going, so I'll put it to one side. So first of all with this, I've got to put in a small black clip with two number 3 of these, so put it straight through to make one large one. Then on each end in a number 5 rod. So that goes on each end until it stops. then I need a number 11 on these, and then a little spacer, and then one of these adapters here. So first I'll slide this on, so you want the larger ones on the top, and it's in the center there. And then one end will have this for the hole on the top, and then the other end will have a little spacer. And then the next thing you need 2 more clips, and then you need this here with double end clips. They go on each side of this unit, so they go in each of these holes, this part. So one goes in that side, and then one goes on the other side, and they clip on each end. So that's how that operates like this so far. And then simply just put the get another 11, and then 2 of this, and then this slides on to keep these together. And then these go on these ends here, but they go upwards, so you want it facing that way. Then you've got 4 of these, like the white, but they red, and they're going all on the end, with the holes facing that way. Okay, next we need a small brown fibre rod here, and another black clip. So the black clip will go into one of these here, so it's going on this row, and it's in this hole here. So missed the first hole, it's into this, and then this goes through this hole at the bottom. That goes up there. And then you need 2 of these sort of turquoise blue gears, and they're going to go straight onto this on top of each other. So hold the bottom rod in, so push it all the way in, and then add these 2 together. And then it attaches to the main bodywork. So where it goes, it's going to go and lock onto this. So it needs to go that direction, slide it on. And what I can see is that this gear will come out the first, so they will go through all of these holes. And then the last 2 will be for the clips on this side. So this is a bit of a fiddle to put all this in. They've got to go through all of these holes. So let's see, this will get around. There you go. So that one goes to that one there, that one there, that one there, and the last 2 hold this in. So there you go. So that's now holding this part together. So that's all the gearbox there together. So you say they're all bits of dry system. So it depends on where all these go, but like I say, these will go into other areas later on. So see where they do later, but that's the majority of the gearing system in place. Then you've got a little grey T, and this is going under here, so it's going to clip into this clip and there, and it's facing down. And then a few more gears to go on, so I need another one of those blue gears. 2 small light grey gears, and then there's a small dark grey gear and a spacer, one of the red ones. So they're all going to go onto these different things. So the spacer one goes onto this one. So push it on, but don't push it all the way on, so that way it doesn't bind. And the blue gear goes onto this one. The both of these gears go on each of these. And when you put it on, it's going to. So you need to just. So that's on there, and then the other one on the top. You have to turn it around to get them all geared because that goes further in, and then the smaller gear goes on the top. So you've got the arrangement. So that gear runs that one, that runs that one, and there's another gear here. Like I say, there's another couple more gears here. But you can see also by running that, it's also spinning that. So there's a number of gears to operate. So yeah, most of these have their clutches engaged, but you would be adjusting that when you put the parts on. Okay, another small gear and another long white. So that's going to go onto this part here. So rotate that way, clip this onto the top, and put the gear on. More gears with a large sort of clutch system. What that is. So you need a 5 rod here and loads of gearing. So a small crane git. Small like grey one, and they got this large sort of clutch system. Where is it? Okay. So that's one part of it, and the other one is it's a large white part. Oh, got it. Oops, sorry. Found the camera there. So let's see now. So we got to put these two together. So they'll clip in. I'm not sure how that works, but that's how it's designed. Yeah, I can see it clips in, so something. Oh yeah, it does move around, so it's like does something. So okay, so it does move around. Probably something engaged, disengages it. I don't know. Let's see how it works. So that way round, and then the shaft goes on that end. Gear goes on, and then this goes through this bottom hole. So when you put it in, you start putting that in. But at the same time, you've got to put a gear on this side. And it faces that way. So you've got to try and hold that in there. At the same time, push the other gear in. See, that's now engaged. So you see now that is operating this part here. I don't know where that goes, but so that's operating that part, operating the part, and then it'll be something off the drive there. So you see, it's not gearing in this place, but that's how it made it all work. Got to add something else to it now. Let's put that part to one side. Sorry. Rest it back a bit because I've been angling one area. But these, like I say, these take ages to do, especially this something like this. Also, you can see all the parts are mainly just gearing on this third bag. This is the main drive, and then after that, like I say, Barrett 4 would do the tail end. There's much many good drive bits in there, but yeah. It does take a while to build this. It's been about 6.5 hours, the system says, but I spent about an hour with the first model that's on here. So it's taken approximately 5 hours so far to get this to do this part. That's only about another couple of hours or so we'll be all done. Round about that, because this is the most complicated part. So once we've got this done, you should start building the rest of it up. It shouldn't take too long. That's what I hope. Okay, right, so let me just adjust it. So another part to add, so we're going to start doing that. So it needs a black clip and a blue clip. Also needs 2. These red ones are the 3 on it. So I'll put them together. So the blue ones in the middle, the blacks on one end, and then put them together. As long as this locks in. So you've got something like that there. Okay, and then I've got more parts to put on. So I've got a long red, like the blue is red one, and then a 6 black and a 7 yellow. So 7 there and a 6 black. That's too big. Okay. So the red one goes into this side, and on this side is the black one, but not all the way through, and on this side is the yellow one, not all the way through. And you need 2 ends to build it, so we need 2 of the red ones, one on this side, one on this side. And on each end is going to be different parts. So I've got where's that part? One of these, red one, and then 2, 2, 1, which is a black one. These. So on one side will be these, so more on, and on this side is this one on the far end. So one of the whole there and one there. So I've got to build something through the center there. It goes up. So I need a 2 spacer, one of these things here, and a little, where is it? Ah, here we go, one of these. So that goes on the top, and that's to the end there and there. What this is what engages, disengages the clutch into the position. So that is what fits into here. And then that will stick out, and then you just twiggle this to operate it. So that's what this is part of. It's one of the ends. That goes through here. Oops. Through here, see? So that go on there. And another part will go on there, but that's what that is, see? So that's what allows you to engage, disengage clutches, this part. Okay, so I've got more parts to put on. So I've got 2 large blue clips, 1 small blue clip. There's a colours blocks. So I've got these black ones here, then there a red one, red 3, black 5. It's not easy now since the box are disappearing. So first of all, go to this, put the block in the middle, and then we need one label. So this will tell me what this is, and it's number 14. So it's this one here, and it is saying how to operate the winch. So this label is for the winch control. It goes around that way around. And then each end will have the blue clip with the short end in. And then on this one is the red one. And on this one is the black one. And then this goes on the end. So this sort of large thing. And it will slide onto here. So this keeps that thing from falling off. And so the red one will go for that one, and the yellow one will go through the key diamond here. See, that's there now. You can see it says winch there, so that'll make it go up, that'll make it go down, and that will then put it into neutral. So that's how that works. And there's about a few of them on here. And then another one's been added here. So got to make another lever, so you're going to need that. Got red stopper in 2 spaces, but don't push them all the way down, you just need it to cover the top, so you've got a grip. Like so. And then that go on the next one. That's why there's another one of these, because we've got to put another one on these on. Because one side has 2 controls and one side has 1. Try and get this on, I'm spinning that around and see, can I get it on now? Yep. There's the other one. And then need a black clip, and I've got a yellow along these 5s. So slide on the yellow one, it goes on this side, so basically capping this up. So the black goes in the center and clips on. And then that little black clip goes there. And then on here is 2 of those thin red thingies. These are 3 holes, so they're going to go on these areas here. Keeps the top from moving about. That one there, and then the same on this one. Just got to fiddle it around. There you go. So there's your area. And then I've got to put one blue clip in, so I need to rotate it so it's round this way, and the blue clip goes in there, middle short part in. Now this is the important part here, is to put this into the model, so it's round that way. And it's going to go on here, and it has a 1-to-1 ratio, so say you need to put the gears in here, so you need to make sure that these are in the neutral position, dead center. And when you put this on, make sure those 2 little tabs are in the grooves here. So when it goes on, see this clips on. Okay, so this red clip goes under that black clip there. see the little thing, so when this goes on, make sure these two go into the little area there. So I'm going to push this into it. So basically this is going to, let's get that adjusted, so that goes in amongst there. At the back also, so that needs to go in. So when that goes in and that goes down, you can see the, so make sure that's engaged at the bottom. And the same in the top there, so you see there's all latches. So they need to be in, sit in the groove there. So when you operate these, they'll operate those little ratchets. So we've got another gearing system to add. Yeah, okay, right. So that's held in place for now until later. Okay, yep. So we'll add another gearing system in. Leave that to one side. So we need there's a two here. With one of those black ones like the white one. So first of all, put them together. Just like this. Then you need a number 5 there, and then one of these. So this sits onto there, so it goes straight through there on its own there, and then the other one will go in there to secure that part of the end there. So that's this side. Here, another 5 there, and then black one of these. So put this on first. So that's flush with that. So the hole goes in there. That's all flush, and then the clip goes in this side. Okay, and then you got, oh, come here, two of these. So one goes along that side, and then one goes on the top. And then I've got to put in 2 of these, and they're going to go against these here. One to make this for this fixes them into position. Then another gear has got to go in, so I've got to get a fighter ratio thing. It is here, it's just sometimes they get buried under stuff. There we are. One of these. And then you need a black gear. There's a couple in there, you've got to get the right one. Ah, it's the black gear we normally use for turning stuff with the finger and stuff, so that's what that is. So we need that gear. So put it on the short end, and then that goes in straight through here. So this is like a gearing box system, so designed to have 2 pins going along there. That's what that is for. Next we need a small grey gear, and it slides in there, and you can push this through. So we have to do, oh boy. So that goes through there, goes on the end, and then push it through. So those work together now. So that spins that gear. Push away to clips. So that should be all the way through. Which it does. Then you've got another gear to go in, which is one of the little crane gear, and there before gear system. So this gear goes into this side, with the gear facing that way on the end hole, and then slide this through there. And then push it the way to that stops, so you've got this gearing system here. Okay, larger rod there, so it's number 8. This is a very large one. That is going to go up into the top here, but don't push all the way through at the moment. It needs to go a certain position. Also, this one doesn't go through, notice a bit, just to push that back a bit. So that stops there for the moment, because I've just seen it on another page. That goes back there somewhere, we have a gear in there later. But also I need a black clip, which will go the back here. You've got this, it's got a worm gear, and then you've got a adapter, so these will go on there. So first of all, put the worm gear on this part here, doesn't go all the way on, and then the spacer stops at the end. So that'll stop at the end, and then that'll push up there. So that's how that is at the moment. We get pushed through later on, but that's what it is. Probably goes on equipment later on, and you push these rods in to hold it in place. And I need a long red. Rotate to that, so it's round this way, and this clip goes, oops, wrong one. Here's the right one, just hold it backwards. Goes into this one up here. Yep, so it goes into this clip at the top here. And then it goes into the, so push it all the way in. This one goes all the way in. Goes into the top area of here then. So this goes in there, and then that clip goes into the hole down here, just like this. So that white gear goes into that hole. You to move it, and then that goes into that. Is it? No. Where's that go? Oh, wrong way around. Did I put this on? Ah, right. Okay, right. Yeah, I've put this backwards. That doesn't. That goes on the other side. That's why. I realised this is the winter around that way. So that's facing this way. That's why I can't fit it on. And that goes in there because that sits on that side. Right. So same position. Those two clips go in there. That goes in there. That goes in there. And it hangs out of this area here. So I think that is where the winch links to. Yep, and then go add another gear. So another gear, and that's going to go into this part here. That's why you can push this in, and you push this all the way in. So drop the gear into that, so it matches this gear. So you hold it into place, and then when you push on the scene, you might need to turn it a bit to get it to engage on this, and then push it away until the pin locks in. So you see now that's locked in, and that gear is now engaged to one of the gears in the back here, which is one of the ones in here somewhere. Another gearing system to be added. So this one's a lot of gears to add to the system. But you getting there? So around the camera, so that's why I'm messing it around. So with this part, we need to put this to one side again, and then add more. So I need another 11 one of these, 4 black clips. And they're going different directions. So first of all, one's going to go in the end here. Miss one hole, and it goes into the third one, and then the 2 holes above it. Then a one of those 5 rods goes in. Where is it? Oh yeah. And that goes just between here. Slide the long part in. Then there's a few things to add there. So I've got a. It's here somewhere. There we go. 3 here. A large L and a large red clip. So this is going to go here to cap these two together. And then the L is going to go up that direction. So that is going to clip into that clip. And then this goes through this one. So you have something like that operates. Then I've got a gear and a spacer. So I've got the red gear, red spacer. So I spin it around this way, and the gear goes on this one, so slide it on, and the spacer's there just to stop it falling off. Because that's designed to spin on its own or engage, or whatever, I don't know where. Okay, so that goes into this area here, and it's going. No, where are you going to go? Oh, it just clips onto this area here, so let's have a look. Actually, there's no clips for this. Oh, there's the clip. Right there, and that goes. So that red part slides into the hole here. Yep. So that goes into that hole up the top there. And that gear holds onto this gear here. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's roughly how it operates. So that's going to go into that gear system there. And then you need a blue locking one and a number 5. Commit. Another 5 shaft here. So this locking thing goes into here to lock it in place. That links that into place, and then this part goes through this hole at the moment. So it just sits there for the moment. So that goes through there and sits there for the time being. Okay. More parts to go on. So I've got a red stopper and then 2 large blue clips. So rotate it so you're on the other side. And the stopper goes onto this red post here. And then the 2 clips go onto this part here, so make sure it's rotated that way. And it goes by the okay, so when they go in, so they're going to go in, but what you have to do is when you put the long parts in, it's faced that way, so the stoppers are on this side, and the long parts on that side. this up there. So okay, gotta put more supports in. So 2 large black clips here, and then 2 of the these. So first of all, put them through to each other, slide them in on each side, and they're gonna go. Where are you gonna go? Put to. So I'm gonna slide into the 2 holes here. So that way it slides into there for a minute. And then slide between this part. Oh yeah, it's got a clip, so the clip goes into there, yeah, so clip them into that hole there. Okay, so there's more support going on the top. So that needs number 5 rod. And then you need 2 of these little spacers. Then you need a red spacer there, and 1 of these. So first I'll put the rod through this for the spacer, and then the white sort of like attachment things on the end. And then this goes on the end facing the hole up along here, and that goes, where'd you go, on this here, so it goes by, so you angle it so it's like this around that way, and that slides on. See, oh, that's why I can't figure out, because I've got to rotate this, so rotate it so the gear's on this side. That's it, then it slides down. So I'm thinking, where's that? Because we have red one in there, so it slides down here. And then that red pole goes into the bottom of the white. As you see at the top there. Okay, so you need another 8 rod. It's a very long rod in there, so number 8. And then number 11. So this one just simply clips onto the back here, so it clips onto these here, with the blue on the end. Then this goes into this second hole straight into this sort of dry system here. Then we put a clip on this end, so it's a small red L, and the what's that clip gone? There we go. And one of these clips. So turn the L that way, put the clip up this end, with it facing that way, the hole facing that direction, and then it goes onto these areas up here. So it slides into there, and that's facing that direction. Okay, and then we've got build this side here. So I'll put it to one side. Okay, so we need a number. Do these here, and then one of these and put them together. So that goes in through this way, and then put the clip on. And then we've got two number 7s. So one goes on that side and one goes on the other side. Then you need number 5 of this, and it goes straight onto here. Make a bigger end. Now it's like the other one, which you've got more attachments to go in here. So you've got one of those goes on this side. And then the two darker grey ones. There you go. No, don't need the light grey ones. You want the black ones. So there's the grey ones and the black. You want the blacks. Okay, found them. Not grey blacks. I want the two black ones on the side. Okay, and then the other blocks number 4. So you need 2, 3, and then the little black one, and then 2 large blue clips and 1 small black blue clip. We'll build this up. So first we need the 3 here, and then in the center is the little one, and on the end is each of the larger ones with the short ends in. And on this side you put the red one, on this side you put the black one, and then slide it onto this part here. Put the red this side. Okay, and then you need number 5 of this, and it's going to go on this side here. So it's like that, and then I've got to put a label on here, which is number 15, which is this one here. And that's going to go onto this red block here on this way. Okay, then I've got to put the little rocker switch in, so that's one of these, which is going to go through here. Then one of these to hold it, and then 2 little stop on the top. And then you need a 5 that's going to go on this side. So miss the first hole, on the second hole, so the rod goes in the center, so it holds this in place. Then 2 locking clips of the blue. So one's going to go in the end here, the short end of the yellow, and then the other one's going to be the second hole from here with the short end in as well. And then over this is going to be these red ones, straight over these 2 yellows, and the blues in the center. And then you need a L shape. You've got to rotate this around, so rotate it so it's upside down, and the L is going to go along here like that, so the yellow piece is on the end. And it's got to be fitted to the other side of this. So rotate it around to the other side. It's going to go into this area. Same thing. Make sure it's in the center. It is. It goes that way. Make sure that peg goes into the hole there and it clips on. That's a 4. That red clip goes into this black clip here. And then you've got a wedge between these little thingy jigs here. Yeah, I was a bit careful because I've been pushing it against there, so that's why one of them fell off. So be careful when you push it there. Yeah, don't push that against there because you could cause some problems. So, but yeah, and underneath it. So I'm gonna put those under there, under there. Problem is this part moves. Yeah, I got it on. Yep. A bit of fiddling around while holding the other side. Yeah, so that's, yep, it's engaged. So that's the other side there. Just checking everything's on there. Yeah, that's all there. Okay, another rod's got to go in and a large blue clip. And some rod in that. So the blue clip goes down here for to lock it in place. So we'll get it around to get it in. Okay, and then this rod goes through here to secure these, so it just slides in. It's keyed down here, so you don't have to worry about it much, and just make sure it pushes out, and then a small amount of it will come out the bottom. Round about that for now. You can adjust it later on if needed. Yep, those clips go in the back there. Yep, okay, and then I've got to put some more support on this side. So get one of these and 11. So this goes like this on this end, like we did before. And then this goes on these two parts here. Okay, and I'll put the other L on this side. Another L piece, and then let's do a locker. So the L goes along this side with this sticking out, and then put the clip underneath it. It's going along that way. Okay, now I've got to put two clips. Where are they going to go? Oh, well, I've got to put the adapters in. So I've got two of these 5s here, and then two back clips. So first of all, put the blocks in. So go along here. And then one's going to go in this hole after this hole, And the same the other side. Okay, next, and then two more of these, and they're going to go. Okay, so one's going to go down here. And where does the other one go? And the other one goes onto the black one here. And they're facing that way. Oh, and this is so the support on each side. So I need all the grey ones here. 2 white spaces. 2 large blue clips and 2 red clips. Okay, so you've got to build it twice, so put this in the end here, and then blue clip beside it with the short bit in, and then on the red one put the spacer. And you do the same again on this one. Okay, and then they're going to go on each side of here, so they link into these two here with the blue one and the black one, so push that through. And the red one goes in there. And do the same on this side. It's a bit of fiddler because it's like trying to, yeah, so try to wheel it in there. There we go. The clips can be like that sometimes, so let's now place up the top. Okay, I'm going to build another system here, so I leave that to one side. So I've got 2 of these little white bits here, then another center rod. A lot of this now is just support stuff, so I put the 2 rods in the end. And on this side, you put one of these on there, so straight for the hole, so it's facing that way. And then the bottom here is a black clip. Okay, and then on the top here is a spacer and one of these black blocks here and a spacer. So this goes on and clips onto there and goes on the top, so it keeps the top bit from spinning. So it goes like this, and then the spacer goes on afterwards. And then on this side, you need another one of these, so feed it through the yellow thing, and then the clip goes on this side, which is the black one. And then, like before, you got that going on that side. Okay, then you've got another part to add, so this needs a 3 of this one, 2 adapter here, and number 2, number 4 reds, and 1 number 3. Where's that? So first of all, put this into one of the adapters, and then slide this over, and then put the adapter on, and then put the red ones on each end. And then let's see, it's around this way, and then this attaches to this here. So put in one end, and then push it all the way through, and make sure that sits on the top. And then simply on this end to put 2 white there to hold everything into place. Okay, and then there are going to be 2 spaces on the end, so the red ones, 1 on each side. You walked over there, didn't you? Okay. And I've got the bracket to put onto this, so number 11 there. 4 blue clips, 2 small black ones, and then number 3 of this was the smallest. And then 2 number 3s of these, and then 2 of these. So first of all, on this one, we need to put the clips on. So you missed the first one, and you put the blue one in with the short ends in on each side, and then beside it is the black ones. Okay, then on that you have these blocks go on, so the black one on the end, the blue in the middle, so it's going to go flush against here. This is on both sides. Then slide the. Oh, I need 2 of those. Okay, so both of those slide under the bottom here. Just hold your fingers there for now, and then these slide on these. Just like that, and then the 2 clips go underneath here. It's a long part on the end, it's going up. And then that attaches to this, so it's about that, and these attach to these. Make sure you push these in fully so that locks on. So you want something that looks like this. And that goes onto the body. Where's it going to go? Down here. Let's figure this out. Okay, so the 2 little clips go onto this hole and this hole. So it's like just covering this area up here. And then that white thing goes straight for the middle there. Okay, right. Oh, that's got caught in the bottom, so I need to turn that around. Let's pull that back up. So spider this, so that needs to stick up, otherwise it will interfere with the gearing system below. That's what it's doing. So let's put that down the bottom. Yeah, that's now free rolling. What's interfering with it because that was down there in the gear, so that needs to make sure that part is sticking up. Because I also noticed the next one you've got to put one of these on. So it's going to go up here, and the long part's going to go in here and push it all the way in. Okay, additional support's not going to go on the top. So there's going to be 4 of these. 2 of these. Just simply put these together. So there'll be one in the end, put it in twice. And they're going to go, so turn it around, and they're going to go onto these poles with the clip facing up. So like this. Okay, now we've got another adapter to go onto this gear here. So it's a little grey page clip here and a little grey adapter. So put these together and it clips onto this white system up here. Okay, so I've got another. Now these gears are going to go on here. These are basically props, so these are mimicking the turbines that these vehicles use, because they use a jet turbine in, so these actually operate on the top here, that's what this is for. So I need 2 6 blacks. Two small spaces. Okay, then I've got these. These are normally used for wheels and stuff, but they can be used for other stuff, like winches and stuff. And then you've got these 2 flat decorative discs. And then I need also 2 gears. So first of all, the gears go in a certain position. At about that point, there's a ratio 1:1 on the page. Then this goes on next. So the way this goes on is that it goes. So that goes on the back end this way. So when it slides on, that's the front there. And then slide this on. Okay, and then the piece on the end goes on. So I do the same on this one. These, and then they go into the 2 holes up here. Okay, and then the number 7 clip just goes across here to hold this light in place. So it's going to use the 2 end ones for this, and then so that one goes in the middle on there, so that's now held in place. So these operate with the where the main parts are. Okay, and then I need D there, and then 3 small black clips. So put this in, so 1 on each end of the T here, and then 1 down the bottom here. So it gets to this thing, and then that will go into these 3, so it keeps this moving about. So the bottom 1 steps in, and then these 3 get together. So keeps that secured. Okay, got more gearings to go on. So I've got a dark grey one and a blue. So the blue one will go on this one. So it engages onto this gear, and then the dark dark one goes onto this black one here. So that engages this small one here. Okay, and then I just got to put a couple of stoppers on, which are the little red ones. And then one goes on to this gear, all the way on. And then the other one goes on to this one here. Okay, and then I've got a couple of clips going up here, so they're these ones are 5. So I've got 2 of them, and they go straight up. There's key there, so you made to twist it. Because this part is a locked key, so you're going to need to twist this until it goes in. Then on that is the red spaces that go on the top here. I think I'm almost through this bag. Okay, right. This one now is going to be mounting the motor, so it's got to build the motor mount, and then it's going to fix in. So I'm not sure where it goes. Probably up, it's probably going up here somewhere, but that's what that is. Okay, so we need a number 11 piece and one of these, and that's going to go. So those on the top, the long ones on the bottom, to the back one here. Push it all the way in. And then you need one of these squared bits, and it's going to go into this hole in here. Then the other part's going to go here, so we need a number 5 rod there. Ooh, where is it? You need one of these, and 2 of these. So first of all, this goes in this part in the center, and then on each end you're going to have these. Then that slides into there, so it's going to slide into stroke the right hole into the hole here. Then just put the other side on, so another 11, so that holds these in place. And then a large red clip to clip this into this adapter here. So it goes into this hole here. Okay, and then I need a little bit-sized stud. It's going to go into an adapter here, so I also need these. So one goes up the top here. It clips into the end hole. And then this one's on the side here. Okay, and then I need 2 large blue clips, 2 small blue clips. So I'm going to go along here. So the blue ones are on the black ones, and the black ones are here. So the blue ones, put the short end in. And these go in, so they're both going to go on the end here. So you're going to miss that first hole there. So one goes in the mid end, and one goes in the middle. And then on top of that is a red 5 here, so it goes straight down onto the 2 blue ones. And then it also goes into these little black ones here, so it keeps this all in one place. around to get it in because, like I say, you've got so many clips. Come on. Because it's spacing it that way, so you have to. Yeah, sometimes the clips could be a bit tough, so I'll rearrange it so I can get my fingers underneath it. I'm just squeezing them in a bit to get them in. Sometimes they can be a bit tough. There you go, it's in now. Okay, so we've got another stuff to put on the top here. So we've got two of these small round ones. Two spacers. Two of these. And one of these. And then a blue one of these. So first we've got to put the blue and this together, so that goes in the center there, and then one of the brown ones go underneath here, so in the second hole, and then through this to keep them together. And the same on the other side. And then on top of these is these little black bits. They go downwards. And then on top of these are the spacers. And then that attaches to this part, so it goes that way, and it's these two black bits goes onto these two blue bits. And then this part goes on to this part. You need these two little dark bright L's, so small ones, and then two red markers there. So go each side here to make one large piece. So one goes on that side, one goes on this side, and then attach them together. And they're going to clip into here, but don't put them fully in. So I missed the first hole and the second, just put them halfway in for the moment. Okay, now we need the motor. This thing is. It goes a specific way, so let's have a look. Goes down like this. So the motor cable is the same sort of which way it goes like that. Goes here, and then this clips into the motor housing. So that will secure the motor in place. And then we've got to put the bracket on the other side. So number two small L's, and then two clips. Like before, we've got to put these together. So two on the top. And then two in the bottom. Turn us round. And then up that way. And this goes on this side here. Missed the first one and two, second one here. following the same position as this one. Eventually what happened is the motor, well, the cable would go under there and it would be redirected once it's been in the unit, so you need to do this later on. Okay, now we've got to put gear onto here. So you need blue gear and this. Put the blue gear through the shaft here and then hook it on to this motor area here. So now you've got a motor for the gear system. So rotate it that way. And it's going straight in the front here. So let's have a look. So this red one goes into the top hole up here, and then this part goes through the top one there. So when it goes on, let's see. So that goes for the top, that goes for that side. And what happens is when it goes through, that blue gear will hit that grey gear. Then it will clip into the bottom. When you're doing this, you may have to you can't move this by yourself because it's got the motor friction, but you just need to lightly move it until it locks in, and now it's locked in. See now that's now secure in, so those are two poke out, that pokes out, that pokes out. So does that one, that's another gear. That one sits in there, and say that's locked and engaged, so now the motor's now in the body, and what happens is the cable eventually will go probably that direction later on because the battery pack's underneath there, so this will be tighter later on. It goes down into the battery pack. Then put the grey gear on this one. Okay, and then I've got to do that. So I've got to position this one in place. So two number 3 of these, and then 2 of the grey spaces. And then put the spaces onto this, onto here. And then first I've got to turn this upside down, and then you've got to position the cable, and that's what that little thing is for. So it's going to go around there, round that pole in, and then it's got to slip into this cable guide down here. So it's going to go along here, go along here, under this bit. It's going to go along that bit, and it's going to go that like that. That's going to hook into the battery pack, and it's going to snake its way along here. So this will be a bit more adjusted once the actual pack's been put in place. And these go into these two end here to support the motor. So push these through to there, so that locks that in place, and then the same on this side. So those pins hold the bottom of the motor in. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over and put in more clips. So like I say, this will be the cable will be adjusted later on, but like I say, that's roughly how I do it is. Okay, so more clips. So I've got 2 large blues and then 2 of those locker ones at the back. Okay, so one will go in there, long end in, but not all the way in. And then the black ones will go into these front ones, same thing, in the top, but not all the way in. Okay, then I've got to attach it to the body, and then I've got to follow where this all goes. Put this over there, because there's a bit more space. So that's going to go right about here somewhere. So I'm going to make sure it's the right position. Should make sure the cable's under there for now. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, so when it goes in, that is resting against that part. These go into this area here. Check the other side, it's the same the other side. So there's a cable there, so make sure that cable is not, push that cable in so it's not caught. Should nicely sit down on both sides. That will sit on there. So that's what that's for. That will these lock into the front area. Same there. So the cable's going underneath this somewhere at the moment, but that'll be adjusted a bit later on because, like I said, there's 2 access points here for it. What I can see when you put it in, the cable needs to go over this direction somewhere. So the cable needs to go under that part, just over there somewhere, and it loops around later on because it will go under this part and probably plug into one of these ports. So leave that for there. So that's sitting there for the moment. And then I've got to put in the 4 locks. So these 2 here lock it. So put in all 4 locks. Excuse me. 2, and then the black one's in the center. Fingers in it. Okay. That's all locked on there. Okay, and then we've got to put in another lock on the other side, but at the same time you also got to hook into the power. Okay, so on this side, it wants the, so the power goes up there, so that goes, you've got to push, loop it in there somehow, go underneath an area later on, and it will come back and it plugs into this port, it's keyed. So there's pins at the bottom, so it's like that, and it will plug into the bottom here. So plug it into there, and then that will wrap around in the back area later on. So that'll go behind there. That sits in there, but basically there'll be a door here, so you won't be able to see that, but that's how that goes in. So that goes into that part. And then in the blue key lock, and it goes into this one next to the switch. So it goes straight into that hole there. So that goes down there. I'm going to turn this around and I'm going to attach this. So you can attach this to the landing gear down here. So make sure the landing gear is level, which it is, and then that goes fiddle, there you go. So that's now in place. So that part here is going to operate the landing gear. So when this part spins, this will extend and retract, and it will raise and lower it, which goes to this switch. And this one will operate the winch, which will be this thing, which will be adding later onto this area. And on this side is our system, and then the rotor, so that will operate all this later on. But I think I've got majority of what we need in, and this will be hidden later on. And then it's got to add the clips and stuff on this side. So I've got a number 7 rod and then another clip. So put the blue clip into this one to secure this down here. And then this rod goes on the back, so it goes straight through this entire area here. So this secures this back area together. It's keyed as in no. So put your in, that's now secured the back. So this is a bit more secured. And then we're going to add some clips to the top area here. So 2 long black clips, and then you've got these are red ones. So first I'll put this in halfway in each end. Then they clip on each of these sides here, so it go onto the clip, and you push that through to this hole here. And it's the same on this side. Put that in there, and then push that through so it secures this a bit more. And you've got to put a rod down here somewhere, so they've got them gray, 13 gray, so this is the largest. Yep. T, and then 2 lockers here. So they go into the 2 ends here, the short ends in. And then this goes on the bottom one and all the way up. This is a very long shaft, and then that goes. So turn this round this way. Where's it attached to? Goes that way. Those two go where? Ah, okay, right, got it. So this attaches to this gear system here, so you need to turn it so it's that way, and it's going to clip straight onto there. See where it goes now. I can see it goes. So that attaches to this gear system. So this is the. So that is going to be the rotor shaft. Yep. Simply says turn around, so that's going. That way, and you want to attach another D on this side, so it secures it. Okay, and then that's it. So it's now secured. And that's what we've got to build the main rotor on the top part. So you need one of these. Oh, I can see here, so I've got a long cream one there, and then where is it in this thing? One of these ones. Three of these black bubble clips, and then one of these. So first we've got to build this. So this one here, long shaft goes in this side, and then the green part on the top there. And that goes on one of these here, so this small one goes up here. And on the other three, you want the round bubble. So I think this part probably moves about, and that's what links to the control system, so you can move it up and down in all that direction. That's my guessing on this part. That's why you got all these. And then you've got these two bits, and they must go in a certain way. So these two go just slide in. So this here is keyed. So there's little notches there, and there's notches all over it. So push these two together. You can see that now. That's the rotate. And this is important. So when you turn upside down on here, there is a arrow on this side. So arrow, and it has to go on a certain way. So when it goes on, the arrow must go towards this one. So these two pieces to go together. You can see that's there, and so that's going to go about that position. Yeah. Yeah, so that position is a position, and then that would go at this position, and that's what that circle dot is. So you've got to keep it that position against this for now. Because remember, only one part of this moves and the other part doesn't, so you want to make sure that you've got that in the right position when you put it on. And you've got 5 of these to go around these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is where the prop blades are going to go on. So spin around, and they're all this, you can adjust it, and then that's what all this stuff in here is to allow you to pivot them around. So make sure you keep that at that point. So when this goes on, that one with the arrow wants to be on the back end, on this area at the back here. You must do that. So that just, okay, so that just slides down like this. That's at the back. That's there, and this is why it's important there, because the arrow's at the back, because this one attaches to this ball here. Try and keep that there as possible, not move that. Okay, and I've got to put these two clips on. Let's turn it around, and like I said before, keep that arrow one over that side. And this clip on. So raise this, you can put it up and down, just don't move that, and then these clip onto here to secure this. That's on each side, on both ends. So drop down now, so that's that part of that. I'm going to keep the area of that side for now. Got to build another attachment to here. So these are going to be linking onto the other two sides, and they're going to link on to the other thing further down. There's the one side. So first we need one of these, like building this one, and then this key goes in the top, not all the way through. And then you get one of these, put it so the part's facing down, and then push the key in. Get another one of those keys, and then you want one of these, and that goes into the bottom. And then push the key in all the way through. You have it down like that. Then number 4 rider goes on the bottom, and then a grey clip goes into this part here. Making sure that that's facing that way, so on the ball on this side. Then you need number 5 of it. Clip it in the center, and then after there's 2 grey clips will go on each end on this side. And then on one end you've got the little red thing, the 2 red on this side, and on the other side you've got a little grey one. And then you need a green one there with 2 spacers. And you put the spacer on the short end. And that goes one on here on the long end, and don't push it all the way through. It's the same on the red one. And there, so you've got that present. And they're going to go, it's going to slot down here somewhere, and these 2 are locking on. So one will lock into, let's have a look. One will lock into this grey part here, and the other one, the red one, locks into this stationary one up here. And then this passes through this hole up here, and you can see on the picture the rotation. So that goes, get those up there. So that passes through that part there, and then one of these clips into this part up here, and then this part clips into this upper part here, and then this clips onto this part of the rotor system. So you can see there, so one of those, move it up, so that's I'll attach this out in a minute, but that's how that's being done. Make sure that this is all in the same position. Yeah, that's right place, yeah. Okay, that's still fine. And then we're going to do the other side. Same process, but it's on the opposite side. So These, put the locking part in the top. Then put this one in the top. And lock it in place. And then put this one at the bottom. And put the locking one in the bottom. And put the red four on the bottom. And then the clip in the back. And then put the 5 on the back here. And so and then do 2 clips on the other side. And then it's just different position. So the grey one's on this side, the small red one's on this side. And you can put the lockers in, so it's 2 the large ones on that, that's for 4. You can put the spacer on the short end. And one goes into the red one, not all the way in yet. And then one goes into the one on that side. So turn this around, it's on the opposite side, it's the same position, so it goes that way. So for that shaft goes into the hole down here. And then this red one clips into this area up here that we did before. And then, yep, and then this one goes into this beam up here. And then this clips onto the bottom one. So I think that's all in position. Okay, and then we've got additional parts here. So we've got these 2 parts here. Put them together, and then it goes into which one? 4 down. 1, 2, 3, 4. With the hole facing this way. We've got 2 number 10s. I'm going to go on the back here, so they hook into these 2 areas here. At the back there. And that's that one there. So I've got a couple of clips there, like I say, you get spare parts. So that's the 3rd bag done. And like I say, this does. So the 2nd bag, well, 3rd bag did the majority of it. So it did all the gearing and mechanical setup on here and all the positioning here. So that's all done to there. Some of the directional operational of the rotor. And like but mainly it was the gearing of the back of it. And the positioning of the some of the rotor system. But like I say, that should be like that at the moment. But yeah, you can see how that system works. It pull that thing up and down to make the rotor go up and down, and then these other pivots operate it, so it pivots left and right, and then back and forward. So that's what those controls are doing. So that's why all this needs to be in the right position. So that's what that is. So on the 4th bag, so the 4th bag, I've got a few other parts here for the rest of it, and it needs to be for the oh, what was this now? Let's have a quick look. So the fourth one is the tail and the most of the rest of the prop winch at the top here. Okay, let's see there. Like I say, this book's over 700 pieces. Just doing a quick check here around the So 450 is approximately it's nearly 190 more paid steps of this one because it starts at 457, goes all the way to 618. So it's over 100 pages of that one, but that's like a lot of complications to add to the yeah, I was just building the tower end and putting the gearing system in on that one. So yeah. And then the fifth one is only a small amount, which is just do there's a few gearing system here, but they're like doing the winches and some of the frames and that. So let's have a quick look here. So yeah, so there's a few more bits here. So I'm just doing a quick check over. But yeah, I've still got a lot more on this because, like I say, it's got a lot of smaller parts, and the parts we'll be adding is some of the details like the doors, the winch, and the rest of the rotor system, tower system. There's a lot going on in this little device. So yeah, so I've still got a lot more to do with this. And like I say, it's taken a while now because it's saying it's now nearly 8 hours. And I say this has taken a lot more to build than say the tow truck I had because there's so much more gearing and general stuff to put in there, and I still got another 2 bags to do. So I'm trying to think of what I need to do now. So I think yeah, so I think the best part is I think what I'll do now, I'll stop here for now because like I'm saying, it's about 8 hours here and it's getting a bit late for my end. And I may have to do this on a second stream of the week because it will help to improve the performance. And like I say, I need to fend off myself doing this. So I think the best thing is to stop it from here for now, and then we can go continue on this on another live stream, maybe tomorrow, well, in the afternoon when I'm finished doing stuff again, and then continue on with this because, like I say, I thought it would take one stream, but it's taking a bit more than it is. So I'll leave it as it is, and hopefully I'll be able to finish it off in a second part. Like I say, this needs 2 parts. I thought it would only take 1, but there's still not more bags here, and there's still got more complications here, and it's getting a bit late on my end. But we have done majority of it now, the most complicated parts. Like I say, we've done most of the gearing system here and most of the area here. So yeah, so hopefully I'll be able to do this. Hopefully sometime tomorrow because I've got free time. And we're about to finish off this build. So hopefully this is some information just on the majority of this build. And like I say, this is how long it can take for one of these. So one of these could take a full day or a couple of days. So that's what these large builds is. So hopefully this is some information on here. and I just hope to see you maybe tomorrow or something else to finish off this build. So I'll probably see you then.